A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
This I believe. John Ashby Lester is an English-born Quaker schoolmaster. For 25 years, he taught at the Hills School in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. During his undergraduate days at Haverford College, he won his letter in every recognized sport and was captain of several All-American teams. This is John Lester's creed.
I do not believe that the chief treasure of our country consists in forests, farms, and minerals. Rather, it is the men and women who deal with these resources. The generation of producers and distributors is constantly renewed. In the long run, our boys and girls are the only treasure we possess. That is why I spent all my life in education, in the effort to guard and enhance, in the home, the school, and the church, this treasury of our children. If Aristotle was right when he said that education is the means whereby boys and girls may grow up good and capable of performing good actions, then in the front line of national service stand parents, schoolmasters, and priests, whether cleric or lay. My own training for this profession began at the outset of my career under the greatest schoolmaster of his time, John Meigs. It came as a shock when I reported for work that September, eager, fresh, and cocky with a doctor's degree from Harvard. Meg said to me, "I have engaged you to teach these boys, but always remember that you can teach them only if you love them." That was a hard saying, and to many a teacher it will appear soft and silly. I didn't love those boys, and they didn't love me. But at that time it was worth to me a whole library of books on pedagogy, and it has been corroborated by all my subsequent experience. I found Meigs was right by pondering on the history of the great teachers from Socrates down, and from observing among the best of my contemporaries that this understanding and love of their students was the one quality they had in common. Well, then, if I didn't love these boys, I had first to change myself, and I was thrown rudely back on the two primary commandments of Jesus. I was forced to assume that within us and the boys was a power, a spirit that could transform us and could be used to transform others. The most convenient word for this power is God. To be sure, the first step was an act of faith, but clearly not an unreasonable one, because the dynamic force in the ascent of man came through those persons who had found from experience that God may dwell with man. I spent most of my life in a boarding school teaching and coaching in various sports. We don't usually think of the athletic coach as a trainer of the spirit, but I discovered that the best coaches I knew were just that. Men who took the highest ethical standards with them onto the playing fields. Men who could transmute the loyalty of a boy to his team into the devotion of a man to his fellows. I believe that before long, American education will reclaim this central goal, this fountainhead from which all education flowed.
That was Hills School's John Ashby Lester. When he reached his 70th birthday, not long ago, men whom he had taught during the last quarter century gathered in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, from all over the country to show their gratitude and devotion to him.
The Anchor Hawking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hiya, Tony.
Oh, okay, Ethelbert. What's doing?
Not much. We're just waiting.
Oh, waiting for what?
Waiting for you to say those wonderful words.
Oh, you mean about anchor hocking being the most famous name in glass? Well, not going to say 'em.
And why not?
Well, because I think the anchor hocking people would rather have me remind everybody that the March of Dimes begins today.
Say, that's right. And I hope that everybody wants to be in step with that famous march.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Miracle. Late afternoon, the richly furnished master bedroom of an imposing mansion. Beside a great canopied bed stand a handsome, dark-haired young woman and a deferential, quietly dressed young man. In the bed itself lies an older man, gray-faced and wrinkled, in whose sunken eyes lie pain and fear. In a voice that quavers with weakness, he says,
Shouldn't that doctor be here by this time?
It's less than half an hour since Mr. Weldon telephoned him, Father.
Less than half an hour. That means nothing to you, Marion. You have years of life ahead of you. The doctors say I have only a few months at most. Weldon, you really believe this new doctor can save me?
Dr. von Tellberg has accomplished some remarkable cures, Mr. Blaine. I have great faith in him.
I should have sent for him weeks ago instead of only today. Marion, it was your fault I didn't.
I don't share your secretary's faith in this Dr. von Tellberg, Father. As I told you before, other medical men consider him a charlatan.
Other medical men are envious of his success, Miss Blaine.
What success, Mr. Weldon? The man runs a tiny private hospital where he claims to cure diseases that reputable physicians pronounce incurable. And according to my information, he hasn't proved a single one of his claims.
Only because organized medicine refuses to accept his proofs, Miss Blaine.
Marion, I don't think you want me to get well.
Father?
Even if this von Tellberg is a quack, he's my last hope. I'm only 55 years old. A rich man. Someone's got to save me. I can't die. I can't.
That may be.
Come in.
Dr. von Tellberg is here, Miss Blaine.
Bring him in, Andrews. Bring him in.
Yes, sir. Doctor?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Foster Blaine, Dr. von Tellberg. This is my daughter. How do you do? You already know my private secretary, Homer Weldon. He tells me some wonderful things about you, Doctor.
I hope to deserve his praise, sir.
You wish to examine Father. I'll leave you alone.
Oh, please stay, Miss Blaine. An examination at this time is unnecessary. Mr. Weldon has provided me with your father's latest X-ray photographs, which I have carefully studied. Mr. Blaine, I can practically guarantee to restore you to health.
You practically guarantee?
Yes, but I will effect your cure only upon my own terms.
If you can save me anything.
Then you will be removed to my private hospital this evening.
No, I won't have it.
So there can be no later question of our understanding. I have prepared this simple contract. You will please read and sign it, Mr. Blaine. Your daughter will sign, too.
I'll never sign it.
You'll do as I say.
Very well.
When this is signed, Miss Blaine, much will have been purchased.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm Casey, and this is Miss Williams. We're from the Morning Express. We have an appointment with Miss Blaine.
Oh, yes. Will you please come in?
Thank you.
Right.
Andrews, is that?
It's the lady and gentleman from the newspaper, Miss Blaine.
Miss Williams, I'm delighted to see you again.
Hello, Miss Blaine.
And Mr. Casey.
It's very flattering to have you remember us.
How could I ever forget you? If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't have gotten back a lot of stolen jewelry several years ago. And to show my appreciation, I determined that you'd have the first and exclusive story about Dad.
Well, we're certainly grateful.
I'll say we are, and we're tickled that you have such a story to hand out.
A miracle has happened, Mr. Casey. A perfect miracle.
Your father's completely recovered?
He's a new man. 6 months ago, as all of my friends know, I had no hope. I had no faith in Dr. von Telberg, and thank heaven I was wrong. Wait till you see Father.
Well, we're very happy for you, Miss Blaine.
Come into the living room and sit down. Father and Dr. von Telberg will join us. Andrews, ask them to come here, and Mr. Weldon.
Very good, Miss Blaine.
We've heard of this Dr. Hans von Telberg. He runs a little private sanitarium out on the edge of town, doesn't he?
Yes, you've probably heard, as I had, that other physicians consider him a quack.
Well, frankly, that's the general impression.
I believed him a charlatan at first. Oh, here's Father now. Father.
Andrews just told us your friends were here.
You remember Miss Williams and Mr. Casey?
Well, naturally. They did us a big favor once. It's nice to see both of you again.
Thanks, Mr. Blaine.
Yeah.
You look at Dad as though you'd never seen him before.
Well, it's been only 2 years since, but the change is astounding.
You look like a new man, Mr. Blaine.
I've simply recovered my health. And here's the man who restored it to me. Miss Williams, Mr. Casey, Dr. von Telberg. How do you do?
Doctor.
Nice to know you.
And you've met Homer Weldon, my secretary?
At the time of the robbery, 2 years ago.
Oh, yes, yeah. Glad to see you again, Weldon.
So am I.
Thank you.
Now, I know you'll want to take pictures and hear the complete story of the great thing Dr. von Telberg's done for me, so we're at your disposal.
Oh, thanks. Mr. Blaine, the last time we saw you, you were living on borrowed time. You looked it. The doctors told us what was wrong with you. Now, well, I just can't get over this.
Neither can I, Casey. I've never believed in modern miracles before.
Well, Annie, we're looking at one, I think.
I don't know what's eating you, Casey. Gee whiz, doctors are making new discoveries every day.
Doctors like this von Telberg don't make a mental bit.
Well, now, how can you say that, Casey, when we've seen the proof in Mr. Blaine's appearance?
The thing just doesn't ring true, Annie, that's all. Blaine went into that hospital on his last legs and looking at least 70 years old, and he comes out a peppy guy of about 55.
You're not playing with the idea that von Telberg has rung in an imposter for Blaine, now are you?
Oh,
You said his personal secretary and his own daughter accepted him as the real thing.
Well, the secretary was responsible for placing Blaine in von Telberg's care, Ethelbert. And Marion Blaine wouldn't be too hard to fool, because her father's cure, well, that must be a wish fulfillment for her.
What's known about this Dr. von Telberg, Miss Williams?
Well, very little. He's convinced the authorities that he's qualified to practice medicine, but most of his life has been spent in Germany.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to check on a guy like that, too. Anyhow, for my dough, he's a crook. And with the publicity he'll get out of Foster Blaine's cure, he stands to make a couple of $1 million, Ethelbert. With newspaper stiffs like Miss Williams and me helping him do it.
But we've seen evidence of his cure, Casey. Well, he deserves the success we'll help bring him.
Maybe. We'll see.
Hello, Ann Williams speaking.
This is Marion Blaine.
Oh, Miss Blaine, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
And your father?
He's just as you saw him last, a month ago.
Oh, that's splendid.
Miss Williams, I'd like to have a talk with you and with Mr. Casey. A confidential talk.
Well, you sound upset. Is anything wrong?
No, I don't think so, but can the two of you come to the house at 8:30 this evening?
Well, yes. We'll be off duty then.
I hope to be alone at that time, except for the servants. I'll expect you.
Well, Miss Blaine, what is this all about?
I can't tell you over the phone. I mustn't talk any more now. Please come. Goodbye.
Well.
Please come in.
Thanks, Andrews.
I'll tell Miss Blaine you're here.
Oh, there she is now.
Miss Williams and Mr. Casey, I'm so glad to see you. You may go, Andrews.
Yes, Miss Blaine.
Come with me. I'm going to take you two into the conservatory. Through here, where we can be alone. Contrary to my expectations, Mr. Weldon is here tonight, and Father.
What's this all about, Miss Blaine?
Wait. Step in.
Okay.
Sit down while I close these doors.
To say that you've aroused our curiosity would be an understatement, Miss Blaine.
Yeah.
Miss Williams, Mr. Casey, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Before I say what I'm compelled to say, I must be sure you will respect my confidence. I shan't be speaking for publication, at least not now.
All right, it'll be off the record.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I know how experienced you are with the criminal side of life. I know nobody else who can advise and help me.
Go on.
Mr. Casey, it's been a month since my father came home from Dr. Von Telberg's private hospital. You remember how happy I was to have him back, how convinced I was of the miracle that had apparently happened.
Apparently?
I use that word because I've been thinking a great deal. You see, during the months Father spent under Dr. Von Telberg's care, I was permitted to visit him for not more than 5 minutes each day. On most of those days, he never spoke to me because he was under the influence of drugs. And on none of those days was I able to really see him.
What do you mean by that?
His room was always kept dark.
Dark?
Well, exactly what are you driving at, Miss Blaine?
I'm beginning to wonder if the man Dr. Von Telberg brought to this house is really my father.
Casey.
Shh. Someone's outside that door.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Mr. Blaine.
I had no idea you had visitors, Marion. Nice to see you, Miss Williams. How are you, Casey?
Very well, thanks.
Come in, Weldon. Some old friends of ours are here.
So I see. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Weldon.
Hello. Weldon, tell Andrews to bring drinks out here for all of us.
Very well, Mr. Blaine.
I hope we're not intruding, Marion.
No, of course not. Father.
I was sure you'd make your old dad welcome. Were you in the midst of a conversation you wish to continue? If so, don't let me interrupt.
We were merely talking about the weather.
You two think Blaine was listening outside that conservatory door?
We're sure of it, Captain.
And that Secretary Weldon was listening with him, Logan.
Now, what happened after Blaine and Weldon joined you, Casey?
They never left us until finally we had to leave them and go home.
And this happened the night before last, huh?
Tell Logan about yesterday, Annie.
Yeah, well, I phoned Miss Blaine several times, but was unable to reach her until late afternoon. And then, well, she told me everything was all right and to forget the whole thing.
Forget?
She said all her doubts about Blaine had been settled. And she was reconvinced that he was her father.
Which sounds to me as though some pressure had been brought to bear on her.
Well, it's an interesting story, but in case you've forgotten, this is the Homicide Bureau. What do you expect me to do about it?
Prevent a possible homicide by putting Marion Blaine under protection.
And investigate a possible homicide.
Whose homicide?
Well, if the present Foster Blaine is an imposter, what happened to the real one?
Look, there's no evidence whatsoever that the present Foster Blaine is an imposter. Good Lord, Casey, the guy's accepted as the real McCoy by people who've known him for years. And what's more important, banks honor the checks that guy draws as Foster Blaine.
Because of those checks, the bank honors. There's a couple of $1 million worth of reason for an imposture, Logan. Look, we know that nature never makes exact duplicates. Even twins are different. But everyone is resembled by hundreds of other people. Right. Given 6 months alone with two guys who are closely similar, a clever, unscrupulous surgeon could make one the image of the other.
Plastic surgery.
Well, of course.
And given 6 months of careful coaching by a confidential secretary, the imitator would be well able to pass as the real thing.
Yeah, you two may have something after all. I want to have a good look at Mr. Foster Blaine.
And take a keen doctor with you, Logan. If any plastic work has been done, he'll know it.
Yeah, I'll take it. Excuse me. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking. Ooh. Yeah, I've got it. Go on. Well, keep everyone out of the room. Don't let anyone touch anything there. We'll be with you right away. Goodbye.
Now, what was that, pal? What was that?
I was talking to Miss Marion Blaine.
Marion?
Blaine?
She's just found her father murdered.
Her father?
In the same room with his secretary, Weldon. He's an apparent suicide.
If you've been shopping recently in chain stores, department stores, hardware stores, or any other store selling chinaware and glass, you undoubtedly have seen Jadeite, the beautiful new kind of dinnerware developed by Anchor Hocking. Jadeite, spelled Jadeite, Jadeite. As its name implies, it's jade green in color and has the lovely texture of fine old Chinese porcelain. But its appearance is deceptive, for Jadeite is as sturdy and heat-proof as the Fire King oven glass you use for baking. And here's the most amazing fact of all. Jadeite costs less than half as much as any other dinnerware you can buy. For instance, a Jadeite cup and saucer costs only 15 cents. So why not add new interest to your dinner table by getting a Jadeite dinner service this weekend? A complete 35-piece service for $6 costs less than $5. Beautiful, heat-proof Jadeite is the newest triumph of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Yes, Miss Blaine, tell me what happened.
When I came down to breakfast, Captain, I found Andrews, our butler, very worried. You tell him, Andrews?
Yes, Miss Blaine. I had discovered that neither Mr. Blaine or Mr. Weldon had occupied their bedrooms last night, Captain. And one of the maids reported that the door of Mr. Blaine's study was locked from the inside, and that no one answered her knock.
I told Andrews to force the lock. When he did, we saw Father and Mr. Weldon.
Oh, allow me, Miss Blaine. Everything was exactly as you found it on your arrival, Captain.
Now, let's go back into that study, Casey, and hear what the M.E. has to say.
Yeah. You better stay here with Miss Blaine, Annie.
Yeah, okay.
What's the word, Doc?
It looks like murder and suicide, Captain. Blaine was shot twice in the chest from a distance. Weldon has a single bullet through the temple. The gun muzzle was held only a few inches away.
What time did the two guys die?
At about 2 o'clock this morning.
The rest of the house is asleep upstairs. These walls are thick. The shots wouldn't be heard.
Doc.
Yes, Casey?
Did you examine Blaine's face?
Thoroughly. No plastic surgery was performed on the man. There isn't the slightest indication of it.
Huh.
Another of your big ideas gone haywire, pal.
And how?
Now, why should Weldon kill his boss and then do a hurry-carry?
Well, that's for you cops to figure out. I haven't even a haywire idea.
What have the cops figured out about that murder and suicide, Casey?
Well, that Secretary Weldon had banked a lot of dough, Ethelbert, over $100,000 during the time that Blaine was in Von Telberg's private hospital.
Apparently, Blaine got wise that Weldon had been robbing him and accused him of it. And then Weldon got desperate and shot Blaine and, well, then himself.
That's the way it looks.
You mean you don't believe it's the way it looks?
Oh, I don't know, pal. I'm trying hard not to get another big idea that'll go haywire. But Miss Williams and I got a report on the autopsy a little while ago, and, well, it just doesn't add up right.
What do you mean?
Well, the autopsy revealed that Blaine was organically sound. There wasn't even a trace of the disease that was killing him before he went to Von Telberg's.
Oh, then the guy really performed a miracle on him.
That's the way it looks.
Oh, again, huh?
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Why? As newspaper stiffs, we'll report the findings. They'll be published. And poor sick souls from all over the world will flock to Von Telberg and beg him to take their dough. And I'll tell you right now, Ethelbert, when I see that happen, I'm going to quit the newspaper business.
And so am I. Come on, Casey, let's get out of here.
Well, why get out of here? You ain't sore at me, are you?
Oh, no, of course not, Ethelbert. We're simply going to cheer ourselves up by going to the undertaker's.
By going to... Huh?
Foster Blaine's body has been turned over to the embalmers. It'll be laid out in one of their rooms tonight. Well, we figured...
Marion Blaine will be there. Won't be easy for her to take. She's been nice to us, and she trusts us, so...
Maybe it'll help her if we're around, you know. Well, so long, pal.
Good night.
Night. Such places they go to. Undertakers. Ooh.
I'm very glad you came here, Anne, and you, Mr. Casey.
I'm glad we're welcome, Marion.
Yes.
They made Father look very natural, didn't they? I just don't know how I could have ever doubted he was my father.
Wait a minute.
What?
I just noticed something. That Miss Blaine, your father was almost bald in front. He had only a thin line of hair on his forehead that he brushed back in an attempt to cover his bald spot.
Why, yes, they're brushed that way now.
Yeah, but these few brushed back hairs don't cover a bald spot.
Of course they do.
Well, they don't. There's a thick stubble there.
This spot has been kept shaved.
Von Telberg found a man so like your father he could be mistaken for him, Miss Blaine, if he was as bald as your father was.
Oh, no, I won't believe it.
The cops will when I show them this. I'm going to phone Logan right away.
Wait.
What? What's the matter?
If the man in this coffin was an imposter, Von Telberg is responsible. Von Telberg killed my real father.
I'm afraid so.
Then Dr. Von Telberg owes me a life for a life.
The cops will make him pay.
Oh, no. I'll make him pay.
Huh?
And you won't stop me.
You carry a gun, I see.
I've always carried it for my own protection. But now it'll be used for something else.
Well, why point it at us?
I'm not going to let anyone interfere with what I mean to do. My car's in front of this place. Anne, you'll drive. And Mr. Casey will sit with you. If you follow directions, you'll be in no danger. Come on. We're going to call on Von Telberg. There's his house, Anne. Stop in front.
All right, Marion.
Mind if I tell you again, Marion? That you're acting very foolishly?
I tell you again, Mr. Casey, that I'm the best judge of that. Now, get out. I'll be holding this gun under my coat. Oh, I hate to threaten you two this way. You know I don't want to harm you, but I'm determined to make that man tell me what he did with my father. And then, after I've paid him, you can turn me over to the police. Ring that doorbell, Anne.
All right.
He lives alone here, so he'll answer the bell. Follow my lead, and no warnings.
You're the boss, lady.
Casey, what?
Miss Blaine.
Good evening, Doctor.
And Miss Williams and Mr. Casey. This is most unexpected.
Are you alone?
Yes.
We'd like to come in.
Of course.
Ladies first. Annie, Miss Blaine.
Thank you.
Habits are hard to break, aren't they, Miss Blaine? You shouldn't have acted the lady and let me get behind you.
You've got a gun, Casey.
Yes, I've got her gun. Close the door, Annie.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of this?
That's something you two murderers are going to tell us.
What, two murderers?
Yes, Anne. Marion Blaine is number one, and this guy is only a student.
You're mad.
Oh, no. I had time to do a whole lot of thinking during our trip out here, Miss Blaine. I have a hunch Von Telberg will straighten out everything when he realizes you came here to kill him.
That's a lie, Doctor.
Listen, Von Telberg. She knew we discovered that the dead Foster Blaine was a phony. So she brought us here at the point of a gun. Now, why do you think she did that?
But I do not know.
Well, can't you figure it? The phony Foster Blaine was apparently murdered by a guy who apparently committed suicide. If Miss Williams and I were found shot to death in your house and you were an apparent suicide,
I see.
No, Doctor. I swear.
So I, too, was to be destroyed, Miss Blaine.
Don't talk, you fool. Don't.
Yeah, I talk. To save myself. And to pay you.
Doctor!
I am no murderer. The worst I did was to put a living man in the place of a dying man no one could save. And it was your idea, Miss Blaine. You supplied the substitute in your father's twin brother.
Twin brother?
you may as well take it from there, Miss Blaine.
Yes, I may as well. Nobody but Father and I knew he had a twin because his twin ran off with my mother when I was a child. He hated me because I was the one person who knew about his disgrace and because I was like my mother. He hated me so much that in his will he left me only the legal minimum. Well, he taught me to hate, too. So when I learned the whereabouts of his twin brother...
You cooked up a big idea with the help of Weldon and Von Telberg.
Yes. Father died, and his twin brother, George, took his place. George had promised to change Father's will in my favor.
Yeah, but when he found himself in the driver's seat, he didn't do it. You had to force his hand by getting Miss Williams and me to the house, where she knew he'd be listening. And she hinted about exposing him. He made the will in your favor the next day, didn't he, Miss Blaine?
Yes. Well, how did you make it look as though Weldon had killed him and then committed suicide?
That was very easy. Weldon was in love with me.
After you shot your father's twin,
I kissed Weldon as I put the gun against his head.
Oh, no.
Why not? My father gave me nothing but hatred for no fault of mine. Why should a woman return to men better than she receives?
Annie, phone for the cops.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. This year, America, the land of plenty, is sharing with the world one of the most serious food crises in history. If it were not for the Food Packers of America in convention this week at Atlantic City, this crisis would be far greater than it is. For the Food Packers of America take each food crop as it ripens and becomes ready for market, products of field and orchard and stream, and preserve them for your use throughout the year. If it were not for the magnificent efficiency of our food packers, much of the food produced in America would be wasted and would never reach the market. As it is, even in this year of food shortages, it is possible for you to enjoy varied and healthful meals throughout the year. Anchor Hocking is proud to be associated with the Food Packers of America and to be privileged to supply so many of the glass containers and easy-to-open caps which bring you the better brands of food. Anchor glass containers and tamper-proof Anchor caps are products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
Gee, I hope I never meet up with a gal like that Marion Blaine, Casey.
Well, it's an experience I don't want again, Ethelbert.
Make that a double.
How's that Dr. Von Telberg going to stand when the trial comes off?
Well, he won't go on trial as a doctor, Ethelbert. He's admitted his credentials were stolen from a real doctor who died in a German prison camp where this egg, whose real name, I think, is something like Fritz Pumpernickel, was just a hospital orderly.
Gee, the things that happen after wars.
Yeah.
Casey, the room where Blaine and Weldon were shot was locked from inside. How?
A pair of eyebrow tweezers can be used to turn the key of an old-fashioned lock through the keyhole, pal.
Oh.
Don't get any ideas.
Yeah, it's clever, that, Miss Blaine.
Yeah.
I guess there's such a thing as being too clever.
Yeah?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Say, this conversation is getting dull, isn't it?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures, all products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This I believe. Sometimes people forget the nobility of honest toil. John B. Kelly started life as a bricklayer. Today, his Philadelphia firm is the largest bricklaying company in the country.
but Jack Kelly is best known as a sportsman and athlete. He is perhaps the most famous oarsman in the history of that sport. He has won the amateur championship in every phase of sculling, including the Olympics. Against a brilliant career in business and public service, and as a father of 4 grown children, Mr. Kelly now probes the core of his convictions.
Back in 1920, I was all set to go to England to compete in the Diamond Sculls race. I had won all the major sculling titles in the United States, and to me, a chance to compete in the Diamond had become the most important thing in my life. For years I had been pointing for it. Then on the dock, just a few hours before I was to sail, I received a cable. It said I had been disqualified. The reason, while never officially announced, was because I had served an apprenticeship as a bricklayer, and the stewards felt that a man who worked with his hands had an advantage over a gentleman. This was the bitterest disappointment I have ever had. Nothing would console me then. Whatever is best, my father said, but I refused to believe it. It happened that the Olympic Games were to be held in Antwerp that same year, and although the United States had never before sent crews to compete in the rowing events, it was announced one day that Olympic trials would be held for American entries at Worcester, Massachusetts. Here was new hope. I could win the trials, represent the United States at Antwerp, and with luck, meet a lad named Beresford who had won the diamond, for which I had been denied the right to compete. He would be England's Olympic entry. Here was a chance to get even. I won at Worcester and sailed for Belgium a few days later. What I wanted most of all was to meet Beresford in the finals. I guess it was presumptuous, but I mentioned the matter to God. I have always said prayers every night and every morning. I make it a kind of a talk with him. Well, this time I laid out my plan very carefully. I explained that if he would have Beresford's name drawn in the opposite bracket to mine, we both won all our heats, then we must meet in the final. In view of the 10 years' work I had put into preparation for the diamond, only to have my entry rejected, I didn't think I was asking too much if he would arrange the draw. The rest would be up to me. That was how it turned out. Beresford was drawn in the upper bracket, and I was in the lower one. We moved steadily toward each other through the eliminations. I remember well the night before the championship. In the semi-final, I had beaten Hadfield of New Zealand, the favorite for the title, and Beresford had beaten Eichen of Holland. When I went to bed, the stars were shining brightly through the open window. "Thank you, God," I said. "You won't hear another word from me. You have done your part. It's up to me tomorrow." I beat Beresford the next day, and the victory was sweeter than if I had won the diamond alone. Looking back today, I don't mean to suggest that God himself interceded in that draw, but I believe that life has a mysterious way of balancing the books. Success and prosperity can sometimes hurt a person more than adversity. Without that first abysmal disappointment, I might never have won. Beethoven once said, when he lay near death, that of all the experience he had in his career, if he had to give up all the memories but one, he would keep his disappointments, because they taught him most. This I really believe.
That was John B. Kelly, Philadelphia civic leader and sportsman. As a footnote to the incident he has just told, he stood on the banks of the Thames 20 years later and watched his son Jack Jr. win the Diamond Sculls, from which he had been barred.
Crime does not pay.
Everything here, Sniffer?
Yeah, the works, Harry. Scales, wrappings, cube cutter, presser, and the powdered milk. You got the junk?
Bought it from Pusher. Probably cut 50% already.
And if we cut it some more?
So the birds don't get a big kick, so they beef. So we tell them they need bigger shots. Nothing to it.
Except the dough.
Dough is right. I gave Pusher a C-note for this stuff. By the time we're through with it, cut it in half with the milk, we can get $2,500 for it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Well, let's get to work, Sniffer. This stuff is for the birds.
interest of good citizenship and law enforcement, we present Crime Does Not Pay, based on the famous Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer series of short subjects. In just a moment, you will hear Strange Token, starring Morris Karnofsky. Now, Crime Does Not Pay, starring Morris Karnofsky as Harry Duncan in Strange Token. If there was any excuse for Harry Duncan, and it's a big if, the excuse was weakness. Harry was weak, and through that weakness he formed a habit. But the habit and the weakness combined, as they sometimes do, to give Harry a strength, which was the essence of evil. The moment when it really began was inconspicuous. Of necessity it had to be, because Harry and Pusher Beardsley had come together in the far end of a dimly lit alley for a strictly illegal purpose. Even there in the darkness, beneath the rusty fire escapes and the shutter-blind warehouse windows, they stood close together and spoke softly.
Pusher, you gotta, I tell you, you gotta.
I don't gotta do nothing, not even for cash. And you ain't got a dime.
I'm human, Pusher, so are you. Give me a break.
I wouldn't give you the hair off of the dome of the Capitol. What kind of a sucker do you think I am?
Pusher, I'll pay you Saturday.
With what? Go get me some dough, some kale, some hard coin. Come back, I'll be here.
Where can I get it? This ain't no dime for a cup of coffee deal. Where am I going to get $3.50 this time of night? Give me a break, Pusher. I'll pay you. Honest, I will.
Look, Harry, Scott Grant taught me what I know about this racket, see? And the first lesson is, get the cash on a line.
Maybe I could work it off.
What can you do for me?
I don't know. Maybe something. Think, Pusher. Think. For one cap of seed, there must be something.
Would you run an errand for me, Harry?
Run an errand? You mean push the stuff myself?
You're too good for that, Harry? A big shot, maybe?
Pushing the junk? That's federal.
So what?
They catch me. They'll make me take the cure. I couldn't stand that, Pusher.
You can't stand not getting your stuff either. Oh, this fella's a good customer. You deliver for me, you get 5 simoleons. Why, for that you can buy your own and have $1.50 left over.
Why can't he meet you like I do?
Well, he can't, that's all. And they know me where he's holed up. All you gotta do is go where I tell you. Say you're a friend of Mr. Sappers. They'll let you up. It's a flea bag of a hotel. Get the dough, $10, see? Get it before you give Sapper his package. Then beat it, that's all. Well, how about it? I ain't got all night.
All right. Hey, how come you trust me with this stuff?
I don't trust you. Only I know that you know what happens when birds like you swipe the stuff. Yeah, you're a good risk, Harry. You don't want no knife twisting in your guts, not your kind, don't. You'll make the delivery, Harry, and you'll be back. Like a real good boy.
Yeah? Who is it?
It's me, Sniffer. Sniffer, Sappers. Let me in, will you, Harry?
Hold it, Sniffer.
Gee, thanks, Harry. Thanks.
Thanks. For what?
For letting me in.
Think nothing of it. Sit down. Sit down. Take a load off your feet.
If I sit down, I'll fall apart, Harry. Harry, I've been off the junk. I can't take it. I gotta have some, and I can't find Pusher.
So why come to me?
I told you, I can't find Pusher.
What's that to me?
Well, you brought me the stuff that time when Pusher couldn't come himself, and I couldn't get out to him. You give me a break that time. I thought maybe on account of you give me that break.
You thought maybe. Think again.
Then you won't.
Why should I?
Well, I got dough. You see, Harry, long green.
Where'd you get it?
Well, I got my ways. I got the dough. I'll give you half if you get the Pusher.
Yeah, chicken feet.
Now, you got to do it. You hear? You got it. You don't, I'll kill you. Kill you. I help me.
Shut up. You want to yell? Hire a hall.
I tried every other way. Harry, find Pusher for me, huh?
If I do, what'll you do for me?
What do you want me to do?
Will you work for me?
Work for you? Doing what?
You got friends, Sniffer?
Yeah, I got friends.
Who do they buy from?
From Pusher, maybe a couple of other guys.
Okay, so you bring them to me.
Oh, you want me to be a runner for you, huh?
Not a runner. Call it sales agent. You work for me. You bring your friends to me. We'll both cash in. Maybe we'll even teach a few new ones. We could go places.
I don't know, Harry. I don't know.
You want your junk?
Okay, Harry, it's a deal.
Good. Stay here. I'll see Pusher and I'll be back. He isn't far from here, Sniffer. Just a block or two. How much will $100 buy, Pusher?
Where'd you get that scene note?
Made it myself. Foolish questions get foolish answers. You want to start over?
Okay.
How much will $100 buy?
Enough? What do you want, M or C?
Half and half. How pure is it?
Plenty pure.
All right. When will you deliver? Now?
2 hours. The old alley. See ya.
Everything here, Sniffer?
Yeah, it works, Harry. Scales, wrappings, cube cutters, presser, and the powdered milk. You got the junk?
I bought it from Pusher. Probably cut 50% already.
And if we cut it some more?
So the birds don't get a big kick, so they beef. So we tell them they need bigger shots. Nothing to it.
Except the dough.
Dough is right. I gave Pusher a C-note for this stuff. By the time we're through with it, cut it in half with the milk, we can get $2,500 for it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's get to work, Sniffer. This stuff is for the birds.
I must be building a tolerance, Harry, like the medics say. I didn't hardly feel that last shimmy.
Well, then you need more, Patch. Got the dough?
Yeah, I got it. Sure, here.
Okay, here. Hey, what's the idea?
Taking off my eye patch? That's where I stash this stuff, Harry. Any cop picks me up, he don't find nothing on me. They don't think of looking behind the patch.
How's business, Harry?
Oh, Pusher. Business is okay.
Think you might have a little time to give me a hand of mine?
Why not? What's it doing?
The shipment's coming in for Ska. I gotta pick it up. It'll take 2 men. Ska okayed you. He thinks you're showing signs of getting to be a smart operator. Wants you in our outfit.
Cold out here, Pusher.
Pull at those doors a little harder, you'll get warm in no time.
I don't get this. I don't get it at all.
What's wrong with it?
Middle of the night. Lucky there's no fog.
Fog or no fog, we'd be out here tonight. And with the oars wrapped in blankets.
A lot of trouble. What for? The Maru docks in the morning?
Exactly. And she's anchored down the harbor tonight.
Well, so why not wait until morning?
Ever hear of customs officers, Harry?
This load ain't going to be in nobody's baggage.
The feds use stoolies, remember?
So what?
So it is. Scar figures they've been tipped off the stuff is on the Maru. Pull your right oar. So we got it fixed up to pick up the shipment before the boat ever hits the pier.
How?
You'll see in a couple of minutes. And the Maru's dead ahead. Pull for the anchor chain.
Okay, I'm heading for it.
Hold it, Harry. A little left. Yeah. Now the flashlight. See it, Harry? See it?
Nothing but a string hanging from the anchor chain.
A fishing line. Real strong string, Harry. See?
Somebody on the Maru planted that string.
And a can on the end of it. A can with 50 G's worth of pure morphine. How's that for being smart, Harry?
Plenty smart. Plenty smart.
Okay, we got it. Head for shore, Harry.
Same place we shoved off from?
No, of course not. Keep going to the other side. Hey, watch yourself. Got me all soaked.
I'm getting tired. Let me rest a bit, will you?
Yeah. Change places. I'll rope for a while.
With pleasure, my friend. You come on to my seat. Hold the oars while I get into yours.
Okay. Balance the boat now.
Balance the boat, he says. Maybe you ought to take lessons, Pusher. Nice place to be. Alone in a boat. With $50,000 worth of junk for company. Harry Duncan. I think you're on your way to bigger and better things. In just a moment, Crime Does Not Pay will continue with Strange Token. Now we continue with Crime Does Not Pay, starring Morris Karnofsky as Harry Duncan in Strange Token. Harry made shore that night with his valuable package. They found Pusher several days later floating face down in the harbor. But in the meantime, Scar Grant was not idle. His hoodlums picked up Sniffer Stafford's trail, and that trail led them to Harry's hideout. They reported back to Scar, and that gentleman took matters into his own hands.
Open up, Harry. Scar Grant. I know you're in there. You and Sniffer both.
Beat it, Scar. I got no business with you.
Open up, Harry. I'll have my boys blow the lock off.
Go ahead, shoot. That won't get you the stuff back.
I want to talk a deal, Harry. Open up.
Don't come in shooting, Harry. Be careful.
Now he won't. Watch this.
Scar,
Well,
send your hoods out front, where Sniffer can watch them from the window. When you're alone, knock 3 times. I'll let you in, but nobody else.
okay. Beat it, boys. You're in. All right, let's go.
How many are they, Sniffer?
4 of them. No, 5.
Okay.
Take it easy, Scar. Welcome to our humble home, Mr. Grant.
Save it, Harry. Where's the junk?
And not a word for poor old Pusher. How callous you are, Mr. Grant.
Pusher wasn't worth any 50 grand.
And the junk isn't either.
That's nonsense.
250 grand is more like it after you get it cut.
Why, you dirty cheap chisel.
That gets you no place.
I ought to have the boys fill you full of lead.
That's no good either. You don't know where the stuff is. I do.
We can make Sniffer talk.
That's why Sniffer doesn't know either.
Oh, you think of everything, don't you?
I try to. Keep your eye on the boys, Sniffer. I think Scar and I are going to talk business.
All right, start talking.
I have the can. It's well hid. You can count on that. Now, I'll produce it if you agree to a 50-50 split.
50-50? Are you nuts?
Not very.
Keep talking.
I've got an organization, not as big as yours, yet. I want a territory. A good territory. Now, don't stand there like you were struck dumb, Scar. Don't you know when you've just taken in a new partner?
What have you been trying to pull?
What have I been trying to pull?
Sniffer's been picked up. The Fed. Open charges. You had him fingered, didn't you?
I had him fingered. What about my men?
Yours too?
3 shovers and a couple of runners under lock and key. What have you been up to?
Oh, great. Just great.
Well, start talking.
I never talk when I'm thinking. And I'm thinking that right now both of us are a couple of chumps.
Both of us?
Sure. The Feds pick up our boys. They figure we'll start fighting each other, and we almost did.
Oh. You may have something there.
May have it. I got it pegged.
square.
You got the stoolie pegged, too?
I'd like to have him, but that's a horse from a different stable.
Well, it's pretty obvious. Somebody's tipping the G-men.
Somebody's always tipping them. Trouble is, in this business, you never know what your customers are going to do next.
Yeah. Well, now, look, Harry. We got to clean this up and clean it up quick, together. The Livonia sailed from the other side this morning.
Yeah? What's she carrying?
$250,000. She's due next Tuesday night. The anchor chain gimmick.
7 days. We've got to work fast.
Any ideas?
There's 2 ways. Trap the stoolie or fix a depot that's bomb-proof.
Which way do you think?
The depot. There's an old fireproof warehouse, empty, but there's iron doors, and one of them has a peephole from the old Prohibition days. We can control who comes and goes and check on any pigeons while we're doing business. That way, we maybe can get 2 birds with 1 warehouse.
Hey, Harry, I got out. They let me go.
And you came here?
Well, we're up, Harry. We're up.
Any place but here. You were tailed, stupid. That's why they let you go. You were tailed.
I never thought of that.
You never think, period.
Yeah, but we ain't got no junk here, Harry. They couldn't make a pinch. They got to see you selling stuff for half an arden. That's how come they let me go.
How'd they get you in the first place?
Somebody fingered me.
Who?
I don't know. Scar, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Scar walked up to a G-man and said that man buys and sells narcotics, so they took you in.
Well, one of Scar's boys did. Or they wrote a letter or something.
How come you're so sure?
Well, a cinch. The G-man who asked the questions kept saying, we know you work for somebody. Is it Harry Duncan? Is it Harry?
Well. The feds know my name.
Yeah, somebody must have talked.
Yeah, somebody talked. And I got a hunch you're right about who.
What makes the hunch, Harry?
They picked you up, see? My right-hand man. But all they got from Scar's outfit were a couple of no-account shovers and runners. Scar's mind works that way. He'd give them a few of his boys just to cover up. He must have figured they'd get you to talk and that'd get me out of the way.
Well, ain't that kind of the long way around?
Scar always takes the long way around, especially with $250,000 coming in on the Livonia this trip. But me, I don't take the long way around. Scar's going to find out. I get straight to the point.
Thanks for the chance, Mr. Grant. I'll do good for you.
That's okay, Patch. Don't thank me.
I asked Harry if I could be a pusher instead of just a runner. He said my patch made me too easy to spot.
Yeah, that's where Harry wasn't smart. The cops will figure just that way. Sometimes the best disguise is to stand out in a crowd.
I get you, Mr. Grant.
What is it, Patch? Something wrong?
Mr. Grant, a fellow with a chopper. Mr. Grant! Mr. Grant! No good, Patch. I'm done.
All right, men, you know your orders. Present the tokens, you'll be let in.
There'll be plenty of the stuff to go around. Present the tokens to the guard at the door, that's all. Now, form a double line and... Oh, yes, I know that Scar, poor guy, wanted his own boys taken care of. That's why you're here, fellas. That's all. Pick up the tokens and beat it for now.
Streetcar tokens. From Frisco. I don't get it, Harry.
Use your head, Sniffer. We've been over the list. There's only a dozen possible stoolies. Each one gets a token from a different city, not Frisco. And we got a list, see? We know who got which token from which city. One of those turns up in the wrong hand. We got our stoolie. Check?
A double check. Yeah, you think of everything, Harry. Even a hood from out of town to take care of Scar.
Well, there's our old friend Patch, picking up his token. His came from Houston, Sniffer. Did you know that?
Yep.
I come for, you know what?
Do I know you?
Here, the token.
I'll check it.
Yes, Sniffer?
The Houston token.
From your face, Patch didn't show it.
Right.
Let the man in. You know what to do.
Let them. All right. You're the boss. Come in, mister.
Thanks, fella. You made a mistake, didn't you, stranger?
No, I'm no stranger. You know me. I'm the same.
A dirty stool pigeon, and so is Patch. Oh, step on his wrist, Sniffer.
Jack.
Now, stranger, talk. Tell us where Patch is before I kick your teeth out. What a joint.
It sure ain't the Ritz.
I've seen some bad ones, but this is the worst.
Yeah, look out. That's garbage on the steps.
I see it. This should be the 4th floor.
I lost track in the dark.
4th floor back. That's what the pigeon said.
Hey, you really gonna dump him, Harry?
I don't let stoolies live. Here we are.
Maybe Patch ain't here.
He's here. We tried his hangout, didn't we?
Who is it?
Harry Duncan, Patch. Open up.
Well, sure. Sure, Harry. Hey, Harry, I never expected you here. What'd you do that for, Harry?
Because you're a stool pigeon, Patch. We got you cold.
I didn't do nothing. Why should I? You let me be a pusher.
You gave your token to a stranger, didn't you?
I didn't give it. Somebody stole it. I even told Sniffer. Somebody picked my pocket. I even told Sniffer.
You told Sniffer? You want me to believe he wouldn't tell me?
I never told you a lot of things, Harry.
Sniffer. You snowbird.
Ever see me touch the junk, Harry? You think this 38 would be this steady if I were on the junk?
You? The stoolie.
All right, boys, you can take him now.
All right, man.
Want the bracelets on him, Mr. Safford?
Mr. Safford.
Special Agent Safford, Mr. Duncan. United States Treasury Bureau of Narcotics.
All this time you were laughing at me.
Watch him, Mason.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand. I don't get
Now,
it.
take it easy, Patch. Harry doesn't get it either, but he'll find out. We could have taken him the night he brought that package from Pusher to me, but we didn't. We figured he'd lead us to Scar. Then he took care of Scar for us. And we've got his hired killer on that one already. I stole your token, Patch. The stranger we left tied up in the warehouse is an agent, and free by this time. And now we've got Harry on a dozen charges, including murder.
You think you've got me, G-Man, but I'm taking you with me. Hey!
Never try to outshoot a cop, Harry, especially when he has the drop on you. All right, take care of him, man. I want some fresh air. I've lived with him and his kind too long.
Crime does not pay. Boris Karnatsky, who starred as Harry Duncan in Strange Token, will be back with you in just a moment. Now here in person is Morris Karnatsky. The fight against the narcotics racket, the filthiest of all the rackets, preying as it does on the weakness, the sickness of so many men and women, is never ending. The roots of this racket are in greed. Its branches are everywhere in organized crime. The cure? Well, the cure is twofold. For the addict, it lies in understanding that he's sick, that proper medical and psychological care is the only answer. For men like Harry Duncan and Scar Grant, there is no cure. For such people, there can be only the lesson spelled out in prison or in death. That crime does not pay. Thank you, Mr. Karnatsky. Crime Does Not Pay is written by Ira Mariam and directed by Mark C. Loeb, with music composed and conducted by John Gart. Technical advisor is Burton B. Turtis. The events, characters, and names used in the story you've just heard are fictitious. Any similarity is purely coincidental. This is Bob Williams speaking. This I believe. John Coast is a writer and authority on the dance. His book, Railroad of Death, told of his 3.5 years in a Japanese prisoner of war camp. This Britisher joined the Indonesian independence movement about which he wrote Recruit to Revolution. In 1950, he went to Bali to create an East-West cultural mission. Together with his Javanese wife, Supianti, he conceived and produced the beautiful Dancers of Bali with the Gamelan Orchestra, which was highly acclaimed throughout the United States and Europe. Here now is John Coast.
During most of the last 10 years, I've been living on the other side of the world, in countries like Siam, Java, and Bali. And while the Western world accepts the clash of ideologies between Russia and America as the greatest problem of our age, I have come to the conclusion that a lack of understanding between East and West could lead to a situation equally frightening. Western ignorance of what is known as the awakening of Asia is complicated by 1 million hangovers from colonial exploitation and racial insults, real and imagined, over the last 400 years. My awareness of this has influenced my entire thinking. To avoid catastrophe, I believe that the building of human bridges between East and West is of the uttermost importance. This is a hard and thankless job, I've learned. I've suffered reverse racial prejudice, frustration, suspicion, snubs till it almost breaks the heart. For at this period it must inevitably go against the Asian grain to trust anyone with a white skin. From my experiences, I've evolved 2 ideas. But the best builders of East-West bridges might be artists, for artists can enter into foreign hearts in ways that are barred to politicians or ambassadors. Artists speak directly to the feelings of those who see them. And personally, I came to the simple and unoriginal conclusion that there's indeed no one way of doing any single thing in this world that is absolutely right. Travel, with an open and observant mind, can be the key to understanding between all of us. If I judge other people's by my private or national standards, I at once demonstrate my own narrowness and ignorance. For individuals and nations, I believe that knowledge, based on the widest experience, and combined with a tolerant strength, is far more mighty a weapon than insularity plus the hydrogen bomb. For every nation, every village, every individual throughout the world, all are the results of millions of years of infinitely diverse evolution, while more nearly each country or human being is the product of his history and environment of the last few hundreds of years. How ridiculous to imagine that the British way of life would suit the Indians, or the American way of life would suit the Saudi Arabians. What insufferable conceit on the part of the Russians to think their way of life offers a universal panacea. Let me give you a very small example of what I mean. I have found that it is not superstition, but true, that Chinese food tastes better eaten with chopsticks, and Indonesian food tastes better eaten with the fingers. Not only a spoon and fork spell civilization, for in the words of an old Malay to Sir Hugh Clifford, I'm quite sure my fingers haven't been in anybody else's mouth, but I'm not so sure about your spoons. I believe, then, that we should all, Occidentals and Orientals, try to tolerate each other's ways of doing things. It's not necessary to copy one another artificially. To understand is enough. And I would hate to see any universal pattern forced on the world. It is arrogance to think this desirable, and its effects would be so dull. It was partly for reasons such as these that I struggled for several years against many obstacles to bring to the West the dancers of Bali who visited this country last fall. I then watched a little girl of 12, Nigusti Raka, whom I regarded almost as my own daughter, come straight from her grass-thatched hut in its mud-wall compound in Pliatan village in Bali, and dance her way into the hearts and respect of the hundreds of thousands of Western people who saw her. Her bridge was made. She showed that not only lay Sylphide or Lilac Garden a great art, but that very different yet equally great is the Legong of Bali. This, for me, was a justification of my beliefs.
That was John Coast, an English writer and producer whose latest book is The Dancers of Bali.
Calling all detectives. A man confesses to a series of murders, none of which have taken place. That is the situation on this page from my casebook, the casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. About once a year, somebody asks me, Jerry Browning, private detective, whether there's any such thing as a criminal type. The answer is no, there isn't. But I was in the office of Lieutenant Dawson of the Homicide Squad. I was watching the police teletypewriter giving a practically blow-by-blow account of how a bank robber was being captured in a small upstate railroad depot. I glanced up momentarily from the machine as an unassuming little man entered and sidled over to where Dawson was working at his desk.
Excuse me, Lieutenant, but I'm afraid I've done it again.
Dawson looked up, sighed.
Who'd you kill this time, Mr. Pruitt? Alexander McIntyre. He's president of the Inland Plastics Corporation.
Dawson nodded.
Pruitt, I told you the last time that... Oh, well, I'll check it again.
He picked up the phone, gave the operator some low-voiced instructions. After a little delay, he talked to somebody on the other end. And finally...
Pruitt, I just talked to Mr. McIntyre. He hasn't been shot and he never heard of you. Mr. Pruitt, this is your third confession to a murder that didn't take place. The next time you come in here, I'll have you committed to a mental institution. Now get out.
The last sentence on the teletypewriter report was the terse news that Red Stafford had surrendered, which meant that my worries about that case were over. I grabbed my hat, followed Pruitt outside. I caught up with him as he was leaving the building. Hey, Mr. Pruitt, wait a second. The little man turned.
Do I know you, sir?
Not yet, you don't. But I think you will. You see, I believe you. I think you are a murderer. A man confessed to 3 murders that never took place. But I told him I thought he was a killer.
Well, the fact is, it was a mistake. The police...
I closed my hand over Pruitt's arm. What's the matter, Mr. Pruitt? A couple of minutes ago, you were anxious to be locked up.
You take your hands off me. I didn't kill anybody. I have delusions, but they pass away. I haven't done anything. Please, let me go.
Out of a corner of my eye, I saw Dawson approaching us. I let go of Pruitt, who darted away. But not before I'd called after him. Don't forget, Pruitt, I believe you. Dawson came over to me.
Jerry, what were you doing to that poor little guy? Don't you recognize a delusions case when you see it?
Sure I do, Dawson. And I know you checked each of his delusions just to be safe. All I was doing was making sure that if he had any ideas about really killing somebody, now he won't. I went on back to my office, filled out a report for the Banking Association on the capture of Red Stafford. But all the time I was thinking of Pruitt. Sure, there are people with delusions, but I have also heard of other people who use precisely that stunt as a build-up for very genuine crimes. Finally, I called up Dawson and asked him to give me a line on Pruitt. I learned that he was a night elevator operator and watchman for 544 Market Street, a big downtown office building. I went there the next morning, had a talk with the starter.
Pruitt, he's a nice guy. A little queer in the head like a lot of guys who have lonely night jobs, but he's okay.
On the directory board in the lobby, there were a dozen columns of tenants' names. Neither Inland Plastics Corporation nor Alexander McIntyre, Pruitt's most recent mythical victim, were listed as tenants of the building. Oh, that was interesting. As an indication that Pruitt was picking his imaginary corpses safely remote from where he worked. I called Dawson again, got the names of the victims in Pruitt's 2 previous confessions, an investments counselor and a steamship line official. Neither of them had their offices at 544 Market Street either. Since I didn't have another case, I checked on Pruitt thoroughly, even followed him for a couple of days. He lived alone in a nice 3-room apartment, had no strange friends. Later in the week, I got another case and gave up on Pruitt. A few weeks passed, and then one afternoon I ran into Dawson on the street.
Say, Jerry, thought you might like to know. Your friend, Pruitt, tried another phony confession yesterday. Claimed he'd stabbed John Markstone, the wholesale grocer. This time I did have him sent for mental examination.
Did a report come through?
Sure. They let him go. Said he's harmless. Now, I suppose I'll have to listen to his confessions as long as I'm on the force.
I thought about that. Yeah. And just so his victims stay alive and healthy, there isn't much you can do to the guy. Now he's in a nice spot.
What are you talking about, Jerry?
Dawson, I've got a hunch. And I'm going to see Mr. McIntyre at Inland Plastics.
Well, that's Pruitt's third confession, Jerry, not his latest one.
I know. That's why I'm going to McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre, I know you weren't acquainted with Pruitt at the time he claimed to have killed you, but have you met him since then? There was a short pause.
Well, yes, I have, Mr. Browning. He came up to see me to apologize.
Uh-huh. And what did you do about it? McIntyre looked uncomfortable.
Well, when a man has delusions, if you can remove the cause of his delusion, then you're certain it'll never take, well, a violent turn.
In other words, he extorted from you. Maybe he said it was for treatment, but actually as insurance so that he wouldn't really kill you at some future date. Isn't that it?
I'm afraid it is.
We rigged up a trap at the office of the fourth victim, the wholesale grocer. And when Pruitt told him,
I'm so sorry the police phoned and troubled you, sir. I suffer from these delusions. I feel I must kill. I feel I have killed you. Of course, you're alive. The police say I'm harmless. I know I'm not. If I could pay for treatment, rid myself of this obsession against your life, a couple of $1,000 would be enough.
It's more than enough, Pruitt. You're under arrest for extortion and intimidation. Yeah, it was a cute stunt indeed. A brand new extortion wrinkle. Pruitt wanted his victims phoned by the police and thoroughly frightened before he came calling with his apology and veiled threat. It worked 3 times so well that a jury paid tribute to Pruitt's cleverness by putting him out of circulation for 8 years. Like I said, there is no such thing as a criminal type. But most people who claim to be criminals have some larceny in them, someplace. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Murder at midnight.
Let go of my arms. I'll give you money. All the money you want.
No, Fred, no!
You monsters. I'll make you pay for this.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Murder's a Lonely Business. And now, Murder at Midnight. Unusual stories of terror and mystery by radio's masters of the macabre. This tale, a study of murder in duet, is by William Morwood. Its title, Murder's a Lonely Business. At a cemetery, a burial is taking place.
Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God in his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our brother,
The 2 chief mourners, Fred and Grace Tilson, stand beside the open grave. And as he looks at his wife, bitter thoughts course through Fred's mind.
Look at her. Look at her standing there, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Tears. Real tears after what she did. After what she made me do. She doesn't know what sincerity is, or love, or pity either. She's hard. Hard all the way through. And I never knew. Never even suspected till we killed him. Now, that's the way she acted. I'll never forget it. Never. A nightmare always. How can I go on living with her? How can I ever trust her again? What am I to do? Oh, Lord, I'd give anything for it.
To think I ever married that sniveling creature. I believe he's really crying. Really sorry. As if he cared a hoop about his Uncle Edward outside of the money he could get out of him. He was ready enough to help put the old man out of the way the other night. Now his nerve's gone. All he can think about is a drink. That's the only time I feel safe with him. When he's drunk. And not always then. The way he's been carrying on lately, Lord knows what he'll say or do next. I'll have to watch him every minute of the time. He's a fool. An
Through
idiot.
thy mercy,
I
O our
despise
Lord, who livest and reignest with the Father and the Holy Ghost, ever one God, world without end. Amen.
Amen. Goodbye, Uncle Edward. They're throwing dirt on your coffin now. But you won't mind. You're cold and silent now. Very different from the way you were 3 nights ago.
3 nights ago. Was that all it was? Another lifetime, but... Yes, that's right. Driving up to his house in the dark. Letting ourselves in. Uncle Edward!
He must be up in his study.
I guess so. Servant's night out. Uncle Edward?
The door above opened, and Uncle Edward started down the marble staircase. In my mind's eye, instead of Uncle Edward, I could see my friends, a whole crowd filling the room, and myself in a gorgeous gown descending to greet them. A much more fitting picture than the stodgy form of Uncle Edward as he came down toward us.
Well, this is a surprise.
I thought we'd drop in, Uncle Edward. It's been a long time.
6 weeks, to be exact, Fred. How are you, Grace?
Wonderful, thanks, Uncle Edward.
I'm glad to hear it. You look a little off your feed. Come on into the library. You'll be more comfortable here. Oh, a drink, Fred?
Why,
Don't be polite. From what I hear, you're rarely seen without one these days.
You sound as if you'd had spies watching us, Uncle Edward.
It's entirely possible. I've certainly been interested in your activities. For instance, I hear you can be found at a gambling house almost every evening, Grace.
Oh, only the fashionable ones, where everybody goes. You've got to keep in the swim nowadays.
If you can afford it. You can't. Not on Fred's salary.
That's the trouble.
well, frankly, Uncle Edward, that's why we've come here tonight. We're in a jam again.
Money?
What else?
And you want me to bail you out, huh? Well, I'll be equally frank with you. This time I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I've helped you out of messes often enough in the past. Each time I hoped you'd pull yourself together, settle down and lead solid, respectable lives. But each time you disappointed me. Now I've given up hoping.
Uncle Edward, I promise you...
Too late, Fred. I can't believe your promises anymore. I've given you and Grace every chance. Now I'm washing my hands of you. You can't expect help from me ever again. Now or in the future.
Exactly what does that mean?
My lawyer's coming here tomorrow. And I'm going to cut Fred out of my will. Cut him out entirely.
Uncle Edward.
Every cent I have is to be left to charity.
Why, you're not serious. You can't be. Why, it's not fair. I'm your only nephew and
There's no use talking, Fred. My mind is made up. Now, would you care to discuss the weather?
No.
I thought you wouldn't, Grace.
Come along, Fred. Uncle Edward, I advise you to change your mind about this.
I beg your pardon?
Because if you don't, you may live to be sorry.
We went outside. Grace was in a white rage, and I was all jumping myself. We walked around the garden paths, trying to get hold of ourselves before we started back to town.
You know what this means, don't you, Fred? The end of everything. We'll never be able to get credit once it's known that Uncle Edward's cut us off.
Yes, I know.
Somehow, some way, we've got to stop him from changing his will.
But how? You know there's no use arguing with him. He's as stubborn as a mule. Besides, there's no time left. He's going to do it tomorrow.
I know. Unless, of course, something happens to him before that.
Such as?
He could die.
What?
Suddenly.
Some chance he's as healthy. Grace, what are you thinking of?
You know.
You're mad.
If you want to spend the rest of your life struggling with debts, not able to do anything, I don't. But everything's perfect for it. The old man's alone in the house. No one knows we called this evening. No one will.
Stop it. I won't listen to you.
Be a man for once in your life. Everything you want. Money, luxury. For 5 minutes' work.
Yes, but how?
The gun. The gun he keeps in the desk in his study. You've seen it.
Yes.
We'll take the money, valuables, to make it look like a robbery. Well, what are you afraid of? The sight of a little blood?
Grace, I don't know you when you talk like this.
I know what I'm after for both of us. It's our only chance of a future. Together. Are you coming?
Yes.
All right. Then let's go in. The servants will be coming back. We haven't any time to waste.
We went back into the house, climbed the long staircase to Uncle Edward's study. My mouth was dry, my knees were shaking when we reached the landing.
Knock on the door.
Grace, suppose it...
It's too late to suppose anything. Knock.
Yes? Come in. I was expecting you back.
You were?
Certainly. I didn't think you let the money go that easily. Not after Grace's threat.
What do you mean?
You should have been a man, Grace. You've a completely ruthless streak in you. You'll stop at nothing to get what you're after. No wonder you've led poor Fred around by the nose so long.
Now, look here, Uncle Edward.
Sorry to hurt your feelings, Fred, but you must admit it's true. Now, if you two will explain why you came back...
We hope to make you change your mind.
You should know me better than that. I've said my last word.
Not your last, Uncle Edward. Not yet.
What Grace means
You
is...
don't have to explain, Fred. Her interest in my desk explains itself. The right-hand drawer, Grace. Were you by any chance looking for this?
The gun?
Yes, I took the precaution of removing it. As I said, I was expecting you back.
I don't know what you're talking about, Uncle Edward. I was only looking for your checkbook. I thought the least that you could do was to help us out of our present difficulties.
It's a good story, Grace, but not quite good enough. Now, as it's almost 12, perhaps you'd both be good enough to leave my house permanently.
You win, Uncle Edward. I suppose we were foolish to think that we could find a soft spot in that stone heart of yours.
You were foolish, all right. This way.
This reminds me of the old days, when Fred and I were first married, when we used to come and visit you. You used to see us to the head of the stairs when it came time to go. Just like this.
That was a long time ago.
I wish those days could come back.
Impossible. Well, good night, Fred, and goodbye.
Well, aren't you going to shake hands with your only nephew?
Well, since it's for the last time, goodbye, Fred.
Hold him, Fred. No, Fred.
What? Let go of me, Grace.
Fred, get a bus.
No. I'll give you money. All the money you want. No, you monsters. I'll make you pay for this.
Grace, what did we do? What did you make...
Get down there, quick.
There's no pulse. His heart... He's dead. Grace, when we find him...
An accident. The old man tripped on the stairs and broke his back. The money's ours, Fred. Everything we wanted.
Grace,
A dead man lying at the foot of the stairs, and a white-faced couple staring at each other. Did they hear a voice from beyond? Is it possible for the dead to make the living pay for murder? midnight. And now, here is Grace Tilson to continue our story.
It went according to plan. The inquest raised no ugly questions or suspicions. And then after Uncle Edward's funeral, we settled down in the great old mansion. I could have been happy, so happy, except for Fred. He'd taken to drinking again. Haven't you had enough, Fred?
Another little drink won't do me. Excuse me.
You're such an idiot. The way you've been acting ever since...
We did in poor Uncle Edward? Don't be afraid to say him, Grace. We're alone now.
Why did you give up your job so suddenly?
I'm a rich man now. No need to work.
But it looks so suspicious. And the way you've let yourself slip. That dirty shirt. You haven't shaved in 2 days.
Don't tell me you're ashamed of me.
I can't ask anyone to the house. And I had such plans for us. Entertaining, parties, making a name for ourselves.
Sorry, that's not my idea of a career.
In heaven's name, what is?
Drinks. More drinks. Then another one.
I won't let you turn into a drunken bum. I won't be disgraced like that.
I'll do exactly what I like, and you won't stop me. Don't forget, my love. We share a little secret together.
I'm not forgetting.
No matter what happens, you're tied to me for the rest of your life.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Fred. If I get a chance at what I want, you won't stand in my way. Nothing will.
What did she mean by that? I thought about it, brooded over it, couldn't forget it. Then one evening as we sat together in a nightclub, things became clearer.
Did you hear me, Fred?
What?
I said I wanted a cigarette.
Oh, certainly, my love. Here you are. Match?
If you can hold it steady enough. Why do you have to get soused every time we go out?
A tribute to your intoxicating charm.
Oh, don't be so... Oh, well, there's Ronnie.
Good old Ronnie. Dowager's delight.
Now, if you'll only look over this way.
With that dress you're wearing? You will.
Ronnie! Oh, Ronnie!
The change that came over her. Smile. Sparkling eyes as he came over to our table.
Well, hello there. This is a pleasant surprise, bumping into you again, Tilson.
It's getting to be a regular routine. The theater, the races, everywhere I go with Grace.
Yes, we seem to share a lot in common, Fred.
Sit down, Ronnie. What do you have to drink?
Oh, nothing, thanks. I've had my quota for the evening.
Well, I'm glad someone knows when to stop.
Maybe Ronnie's got other vices.
I have, Fred. One of them's dancing. Do you mind if I take Grace out on the floor for a turn?
Why ask me? I'm sure Grace will agree to anything you say.
Fred, now what kind of a nasty...
Oh, come on, Grace. Fred didn't mean anything. Well, see you later, old boy.
They danced well together. As I watched them, I remembered the things I'd heard about Ronnie. Of his rich wife who died so conveniently. And the fortune he'd run through. I saw Grace look into his eyes. Their lips moved. The suspicion grew on me till it became a certainty. They were plotting my death. The veins stood out in my forehead. My hands grew cold. But I knew exactly what I had to do. I had to strike first. I had to kill them before they killed me. If only I knew what they were plotting. If only I could hear they were whispering to each other.
Grace, darling, you're so silent.
It's Fred. How dare he act that way?
Oh, he's a very unpleasant person.
Of course, he's under the weather. But that's no excuse.
Just means he doesn't give a rap for you. Never has.
Well, don't let's talk about him.
Right. Music's lovely.
Yes.
So are you.
Ronnie.
You dance like an angel. I could hold you in my arms forever. Oh, we're just made for each other. You know that, Grace, don't you?
I'd rather not think about it.
But you must. Have you considered what we talked about the other day?
It's impossible.
Why? I love you more than anything in the world. We have the same tastes and ambitions. We could be a wonderful success together.
But...
You love me, too, don't you?
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, then what's stopping us? What's so precious about the life of a drunken bum?
Fred's my husband.
Husband? You love him? Even respect him?
No. I did feel sorry for him, but not anymore. Not after tonight. I hate him.
That's more like it. No, then there's nothing to interfere.
Except...
The danger? Leave that in my hands. You have just one job to do, Grace.
And that?
Get Fred up to my place in the mountains for a vacation. I guarantee he'll never come back.
I don't know if I should have been suspicious. Fred agreed to go up to Ronnie's place with surprising ease. It was almost as if he'd been expecting the invitation. The night we planned to do it, we sat in the living room, just the three of us. Ronnie was playing the piano.
I'm afraid I'm awfully rusty. I haven't practiced in weeks.
It sounds grand to me, Ronnie.
Why don't you join him, Grace? I know you're just dying to play with Ronnie. Duet, I mean.
Well, that's all we have time for anyway. I promised the Pearsons we wouldn't be late.
Oh, that beach picnic. Tell you the truth, I don't feel much like it.
But you promised to go, Fred.
Do you a world of good, old boy. Wonderful night for a swim.
You both seem very anxious to get me down to that lake.
Why, not at all. If you want Grace and me to go alone.
All right, I'll come. But I've got to go upstairs for my bathing suit. Wait for me here.
Hurry it up, old boy. All set, Grace? You know exactly what to do?
I think so.
You make a great fuss about Fred drinking. That'll be remembered afterwards. I'll take care of him at the raft. Push his head underwater and...
He'll struggle. He'll call out.
Not in the condition he's in. He's as weak as a baby. It'll be all over in a few minutes. I'll swim back
Ronnie.
and... Yes?
Isn't there some other way? We love each other so much. Can't we just...
Run off together? Let's be realistic, darling. We need the money. His money. Love in a cottage isn't our style.
I suppose not. Where is he? What's keeping him so long?
I'm just as glad. Come on, Grace. I want to make sure there's an extra bottle of whiskey for him in the car. This way, darling. Through here into the garage.
Give me your hand, Ronnie.
Now, darling, everything's going to be all right.
Just being with you. Ronnie.
Yes?
I saw something moving.
Where?
Over there. Behind the car.
Fred!
Hello. Thought I'd hurry things up by coming straight out to the garage.
Well, you gave us quite a start.
Why, Grace? Something on your conscience?
Well, the Pearsons will be on our necks if we don't get started soon. Now, in you go. We're off to the races.
But just try to pick the winner. We drove out to the road, the winding road that led down to the valley. I knew just the spot where I had to leave them. From there on, their only companion would be the man with a sickle. Slow down, Ronnie.
Huh?
I'm not going to picnic after all. My head's splitting.
But it's too late to drive you back, Fred.
You won't have to. I'll walk. Just let me out.
Very well.
But, Ronnie...
It's all right, Grace. We don't want Fred to have a miserable time at the picnic when we can settle things so much better this way.
Oh, thanks. I hate to run out on you, but I've got my health to think of.
Oh, sure. Oh, incidentally, there's a short cut back to the house through the fence there.
I don't see it.
Go on ahead. I'll turn the headlights on it.
Oh, thanks. Well, so long. Have a good trip. Where are you going?
Ronnie, you ran him down. You killed him.
That's what we wanted, isn't it?
Not here. Not out here on the road.
It'll look like a hit-and-run accident. We'll double back at the bottom of the hill, pretend we came from another direction.
Oh, we won't get away with it, Ronnie. It's no use. They'll catch us this time.
Snap out of it, Grace. Sorry, but you've got to get hold of yourself.
Yes, I must. I can't go all to pieces. My hands are trembling. Where are you going?
Take the wheel. You're going to drive.
No, I can't.
Now move over. Go on.
No.
Now drive. Your life depends on it. Both our lives.
I started down the steep zigzag road, and slowly my nerves relaxed. As the car swooped around the curves, I felt a strange acceleration.
Easy on these curves, Grace. It's a sheer drop if we go over the cliff.
Oh, are you scared now, Ronnie?
Well, I want to keep my neck in one piece.
You needn't worry. I'm a good driver. Fred always...
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Keep your mind on the road. There's a hairpin bend ahead of here that... Hey, look out!
Okay, I see it. I pushed on the brake. The pedal went all the way to the floor, but nothing caught. Nothing.
No, Grace. Now, do you know what I was doing there in the garage? I disconnected the brakes.
He did it! Fred!
The fence, Grace. The
He
fence.
disconnected them!
Yes, Grace. I meant to kill you when Ronnie was leaving.
Grace, slow down.
Oh, Ronnie, for heaven's sake, don't start
Look, Grace, coming up to you. It's too late now. And a long drop to the ruts.
Ronnie!
See you soon, Grace.
How it works out, Fred. And you, Grace, you made one little mistake the night you killed me. You thought that company in crime made it easier, but it doesn't. Murder is a lonely business. A very lonely business.
One body lying crumpled in the middle of the road, and two more, the shattered wreckage of the car at the foot of the cliff. 3 people, lonely no longer, as the clock strikes 12 for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death plays host and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. The part of Grace was played by Helen Shields. Wendell Holmes was her husband. Carl Emery, her lover. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
This I believe. John Cromwell has had a distinguished career in the theater and motion pictures. At the age of 19, he started as an actor. Before long, he was directing and producing plays on Broadway. He went to Hollywood in 1928 to appear in a number of films, and he stayed to establish himself as one of the industry's leading directors. 2 years ago, he returned to Broadway and won many acting honors for his role in Point of No Return. He also starred this season in Moss Hart's Climate of Eden. Here now is John Cromwell.
When asked to state my belief, it occurred to me that it was time to acquaint my older son with what I had discovered about the matter, and that perhaps if I wrote a letter to him about it, I might best answer this request. My older boy is 14. Dear Jonathan, When I was a young man just out of school, starting to earn my living, my father began writing letters to me full of good counsel and the wisdom of his experience. His letters were written out of love and great anxiety, the desire to acquaint me with certain truths and thereby spare me some, perhaps just one or two, of the mistakes he had made and now saw so clearly. Any true philosophy, I am sure, evolves from so many varied experiences. It is made up of such an infinite variety of things heard and seen and felt that you might spend years thinking about it before you found the proper words to help others understand it. For me, there are several things I believe deeply, for they evolved slowly out of my experience without my being aware of it. We do a great deal of talking to ourselves, haven't you noticed? Somewhere along the line, it occurred to me it might be worthwhile to get to know this other fellow I was forever talking to. I might, for one thing, begin to get along with him better. And then he always seemed to know more about me than I did about him, and that struck me as a great disadvantage to me. So I decided to become better acquainted with this other fellow. And so I began to know more about myself. One of the first things I discovered was that I did not like to be fooled. I had had that experience when that other fellow had fooled me, and it caused me no end of embarrassment. And, too, I saw other men who were being fooled and didn't even catch on, and I realized how much harm it did them in the world they were trying to live in. I saw that one of the first things I must insist on in this new acquaintanceship was complete and relentless honesty. That was the only way I could ever know where I stood with this other fellow. And of almost greater importance, it was the only way I could ever know where I stood with other men, with the world I was to live and work in. Every man is liable to find himself at some time in a situation where everyone else disagrees with him. That is when he must know that fellow he talks things over with, has to know there is no compromise in him, so that when this fellow tells him he is right, it hardly matters what anyone else says. After I believed in this step in the relationship, it didn't take me long to see that I might have a very hard time deceiving anyone. Not that I wanted to, of course, quite the contrary. But the stresses of living are sometimes rapid and sometimes heavy, and very often insinuating and plausible. Your mind can take countless turnings to satisfy desires and appetites. At that point, because he knows you so well, this other fellow won't let you respond to anything but the truth, stark and unadorned. Now, in closing, Jonathan, let me say that the discovery of a philosophy to live by is a healing thing. It brings its discoverer about as close to achieving happiness as it is possible to get. This won't mean much to you for a long time. That it someday may is the fervent hope of your affectionate father.
That was John Cromwell, actor, director, and producer of Hollywood and now New York.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's the case of the Poker Murders. Another case for that most famous of all manhunters, a detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Deep in the waterfront section of the city, there lies a condemned slum area. The streets, dark and deserted, lined with empty, crumbling tenements. Deep in a grimy tenement deep within, a masked man sits in a hidden room and plays solitaire. This is the sinister master of crime known as the Ace of Spades.
Yes?
6 and 7 are close to see you, Ace.
Send them in.
Well, here we are, Chief.
Yeah.
You're 5 minutes late.
I'm sorry, Ace.
The cops are watching this area. We had trouble slipping in.
Since when have I accepted excuses?
Yeah, boss, we know.
What about the other 3? Are they waiting at the rendezvous?
Yes, sir.
Did you both memorize my instructions?
We got it down cold, Chief, but suppose there's a hitch.
There won't be a hitch.
The ace of spades doesn't make mistakes. Of course, if you make one.
No, we won't, Ace.
You can depend on us.
All right. Now, you two had better get going.
Okay.
One thing.
What is it, Chief?
Don't forget to leave your calling cards. I don't want to disappoint my dear friend, Sergeant Matheson.
Extra! Ace of Spades strikes again! First storage warehouse rob! $250,000 in furs looted! God killed us! Poker gang makes clean getaway! Extra! Read all
Hey, there's a Mr. Ralph Williams here to see you.
Ralph Williams?
Special investigator for Acme Underwriters.
Oh. Show him in, Patsy. With the retainer they're paying me, I have to see him.
This way, Mr. Williams.
Mr. Carter, my company's in trouble.
Yes? Well, sit down, Mr. Williams. Tell me about it.
As you know, we're the biggest underwriters in the business. But this fur storage robbery yesterday, well, we can't take any more of those.
Oh, the ace of spades, huh?
Yes. Whoever he is, he's hit us 5 times in the last 2 weeks. We're paying out a fortune in claims.
You're working with the police on this?
The police? They're helpless. The ace of spades has been too smart for them. Take that fur warehouse job last night, for instance.
Yes?
Every burglar alarm was cut or disconnected. The vault combinations were known beforehand, and the locations of the most valuable furs.
What about the guard? Was he one of your own operatives?
Yes, one of our best men, too. They locked him into one of the refrigerated vaults.
Mm-hmm. The ace of spades men leave the usual calling cards?
Yes. It was a 5-man job, apparently. They left the 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of clubs.
Oh, straight flush. It's a pretty high poker hand. Among his other accomplishments, our friend seems to have a perverted sense of humor.
Well, it's a brand of humor I can't say I relish. Mr. Carter, will you help us with the case?
I will. Tell you the truth, Mr. Williams, I was just about to drop down and discuss it with my old friend, Sergeant Matheson, in the Homicide Division. You see, the gentleman who calls himself the Ace of Spades interests me no end. I'm looking forward to meeting him personally.
Black. Put her on.
Ace, I've got to see you.
I thought I told you never to come down here.
I just heard some news. Nick Carter.
I know. He's been called in by Acme Underwriters.
How did you know?
I make it my business to know everything, my dear.
But, Ace, Nick Carter's clever, dangerous.
Yes, I know. It will be intriguing to match wits with him. Now then, my dear, you'd better run along. You've work to do tonight.
Aren't you even going to see me?
I'm sorry, but I'm busy.
I know. You're playing solitaire. Sometimes I think you love that game more than you love me.
Come, my dear. There's no basis for comparison. Solitaire, like every other card game, is relaxing. Women, when they're as lovely as you, are exciting.
Ace, please.
Good night, my dear.
Nick, you won't be late for Rhoda Stanley's birthday party, will you?
No, Patsy. You drop me at headquarters and go right on. I'll join you later.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's funny the way I bumped into Rhoda after all these years. I hadn't seen her since college, and then all of a sudden I was standing in a nylon line at Trimbow's, and there she was.
Yes, and now we're going to a birthday party.
Uh-huh. The minute she found out I worked with you, she insisted on our coming. She's dying to meet you, and, well, I promised to produce. You sure you don't mind, Nick?
No, of course not, Patsy.
Oh, it ought to be something. She's married to John Stanley.
The banker?
Uh-huh, that's right. Which is the same thing as saying she's married to $10 million. And I was the girl in my graduating class voted most likely to succeed.
Well, Patsy, it's a funny thing.
What's funny?
Stanley's Bank, the Marine Trust, is putting up the capital to tear down that slum area where the Ace of Spades is supposed to be hiding.
Oh, do you really think that's where the Ace of Spades' hideout is?
Could be. There are more than 200 abandoned tenements down there. And the 2 patrolmen murdered in that section seem to point to it.
Oh, I won't forget those 2 homicides in a hurry. Each of them had a playing card pinned right over the bullet holes.
Yes, a pair of jacks. Fair sample of the Ace's grisly humor.
What kind of a man can he be anyway?
Infernally clever, Betsy. We know that much. A brilliant planner with a mind that doesn't overlook the minutest details that might trap him.
But why all those poker hands whenever he's pulled a job?
He's an egotist. Type of criminal who glorifies his crimes. Enjoys leaving his signatures at each one of them.
Oh. This close enough, Nick?
Yes, I can walk the other half block to headquarters.
Nick, please be careful. Don't take any chances.
Now, don't worry. The ace of spades may play his cards according to Hoyle. But I'll play him any way I can to win. Hi, Matty.
Oh, Nick. Well, to tell you the truth, for once, I'm glad to see you. This ace of spades has really got me on the merry-go-round. First, he knocks over 2 of our best cops. Then he kills this watchman on that warehouse job last night, and he leaves nothing. No evidence. Except those blasted playing cards.
Yes, I know.
Nick, I tell you, this ace of spades is like a ghost. This whole case like a nightmare.
Matty, have you got the cards his men left?
Yeah, here they are.
Common pattern. They sell hundreds of decks like this all over town. What about the...
Fingerprints?
Yes.
No, none. We powdered every card. Even used the iodine test. Nothing doing.
Suppose you searched that abandoned slum area.
Look, are you kidding, Nick? Of course we did. The night Burke and Finnegan were killed, we went through it with a fine-tooth comb. A devil of a job it was, too.
As I can imagine. Inasmuch that place has been blacked out ever since the city decided to dismantle their street lamps in the area to save electricity.
Yeah.
With all these hundreds of empty tenements, the ace could change his headquarters at will. Or you could drive a car through there with the headlights turned off and never be seen.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it tough. The place is as black as, the ace of spades. I got a couple of men down there now nosing around. Not that I expect to find anything. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson.
Nolan's calling in from a call box down in that tenement area, Sarge.
Yeah?
Shall I switch you on?
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Sarge?
Yeah. What is it, Nolan?
O'Connor's and myself saw a light in one of these here tenements.
What? Are you sure?
Yeah, positive. The light's gone now, but we got the place spotted. Shall we go in and investigate?
No. Now listen, Nolan. You and Connors stay there and keep your eyes peeled on that tenement.
Yeah?
I'll be right down with a squad.
Okay, Sarge. We'll be on the corner. Hey, Sarge.
Nolan!
You say that call box is located at the corner of 16th Street and Avenue F, Matty?
Yeah, that's right, Nick. A couple more blocks and we'll be there.
From the looks of things, you must have every cruise car in the force in this area now.
Yeah. But judging by what's gone before, I don't think it's going to do us any good.
Matty, just look at this area. Nothing but rows and rows of dark tenements and boarded-up stores.
Yeah,
Well, look, there isn't a whole pane of glass in the place. The streets and the sidewalks are certainly littered with this glass.
Hey, Nick, I heard a shot.
Take it easy, Matty. Take it easy. One of your boys up ahead just blew a tire. Picked up a piece of broken glass, probably.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this place gives me the creeps, I guess. There's the call box that Nolan called from.
I don't see anything. You, Matty?
No. Nolan and Connors must be somewhere around, one way or the other.
Better hug the walls, Matty.
Yeah.
Right now we're out in the open like a couple of sitting pigeons. Yes. Matty. Here in this doorway.
Nolan and Connors, dead.
Yes, riddled by bullets. And look, Matty. The ace left his usual calling cards. The jack of hearts on Nolan and the jack of diamonds on Connors.
And Burke and Finnegan drew a pair of jacks, too, when they were murdered down here.
4 jacks. 4 of a kind. Well, whatever the ace of spades is, Matty, he's consistent. He's still killing. And according to Hoyle.
Patsy, what's happened to the master detective you promised to produce tonight?
Well, I can't understand what's keeping Nick, Rhoda. He was supposed to be here long ago.
Well, we won't worry about it. Let's just have another cocktail, huh? After all, it is my wife's birthday.
As you know, Patsy, I'm a lucky woman to be Mrs. John Stanley. Look at the birthday present John gave me. This necklace.
Oh, I've been noticing that, Rhoda. Matched diamond, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a magnificent thing. Oh, that must be Nick now.
I'll get it. What the devil?
All right, Stanley, get those hands up.
Yeah, and fast. Hey, now, wait a minute. What does this mean?
We're playing cops and robbers. That's why we're wearing these masks.
But you...
Shut up, Stanley. I'll do all the talking around here. All right, Joe, get to work on that wall safe. It's behind that picture. You know the combination.
Right.
John, all my jewelry's in there.
I know, my dear. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do now.
Or any other time.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, lady, I sure am. How you doing, Joe?
Okay. Just got the safe open.
Swell. Now, Mrs. Stanley, I'll take that necklace.
Oh, John, my birthday present.
Will you give it to me, or do I have to tear it off your neck?
Rhoda, I'm afraid you'll have to do as he says.
No, I won't. Oh, Rhoda, your husband's right. We're helpless now. These men are... they're not going to take my necklace.
All right, lady. Looks like I'll have to rip it off that pretty white neck of yours.
Take your hands off my wife.
Shut up, Stanley. Stay where you are.
I said let her alone, you hear? Take your hands up.
John!
Nice work, pal.
Yeah. Haven't had a chance to use that blackjack in a long time.
You killed him. He isn't breathing.
Naturally, lady. That was no love tap I gave him.
Oh.
You got all that stuff out of the safe, Joe?
Yeah. Everything's worked like clockwork. As the chief would say, according to plan.
You'll pay for this. Both of you.
That's what you think, lady. Oh, here's a couple of calling cards. Just to, remember us by.
They left the ace of hearts and the ace of clubs, Patsy?
Yes, Nick, and both of the men were masked. We couldn't tell who they were. They hit John. They killed him. He tried to protect me. Oh, now, Rhoda, don't try to talk. You've had a terrible shock. Just lie back on the couch and try to rest. The doctor will be here soon. John.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stanley. But someday you'll have the satisfaction of seeing those killers go to the chair.
Nick, one of those crooks said everything went according to plan. Do you think the ace of spades planned John's murder?
Yes, Patsy, I do.
But it was so wanton.
Whenever the ace of spades kills, he kills for a reason. He isn't the type to kill just for the pleasure of it. Now, Patsy, did you notice anything about these thugs? Anything unusual that might give us a clue?
Oh, no, they were both masked, about medium height, wore black gloves. And... Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
I do remember something now. When the man who hit John with the blackjack raised his arm, I saw his cufflinks.
And what about them?
They were little black aces of clubs.
Unusual. Do they look expensive?
Oh, yes, very. And not the usual kind of thing you pick up in a jewelry store. Probably made to order.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
I am, Nick?
You are. You've stumbled on something we've badly needed in this case. A good lead. From now on, we're going to play a little game.
A little game?
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
A little game of poker.
Mind if I use your phone, Sergeant Matheson?
No, not at all, Mr. Williams.
Sergeant, my company is demanding action from you and Mr. Carter here.
Yes. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Williams.
Frankly, we can't wait for anything much longer. You realize the losses Acme underwriters are taking? Hello. Hello, Boulevard Garage. This is Mr. Williams. Is my car ready? What? 2 new tires. I see the old ones are pretty badly cut up, eh? Well, that makes 3 new tires in all. Uh-huh. Well, all right, go ahead. I suppose it can't be helped.
Car trouble, huh?
Yes, but that's the least of my worries, Mr. Carter. My firm's insured the Stanley jewels along with that diamond necklace for almost $100,000. Unless you nail down the ace of spades pretty quickly.
Well, might as well try to nail down a ghost.
We'll do what we can, Mr. Williams. I've got a lead on him now, I think.
What lead?
Well, I'd rather not say until I'm sure it'll be of value.
Very well. I don't care how you get the ace of spades as long as you get him. And soon. Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye. Hey, Nick, what's this lead you're talking about?
I'll let you know, Matty, when and if it pays dividends. Oh, by the way,
Yeah. Now, wait a minute. Homicide, Sergeant Matheson?
Sergeant, is Nick there?
Oh, yeah, sure, Patsy. Yeah, Nick, it's for you.
Hello, Patsy. Did you find anything?
Plenty. I canvassed the big jewelry store just as you told me to do.
And?
After walking my feet off and talking to about 100 supercilious jewelry clerks, I finally made a strike at Rutledge's.
They make up those cufflinks?
Yes.
Did they have a carbon of the sales slip?
Yes, Nick, they did. The man who ordered those cufflinks was Frankie Morello.
Morello, huh? Good work, Patsy. Go home now. Soak your feet in hot water. I'll let you know when I need you again.
The ace of clubs is here to see you.
Send him in.
Hello, Chief. You sent for me?
Yes, Frankie. Sit down.
Thanks. Well, Chief, how'd you like the way Joe and me pulled off that Stanley job, huh?
That's an interesting pair of cufflinks you're wearing, Frankie. Little aces of clubs, eh?
Yeah, pretty neat if I do say so. Had 'em made to order.
That was very careless of you, Frankie.
Ace, what do you mean by that?
You wore them on the Stanley job. You gave Nick Carter a clue. You'll find out who you are sooner or later.
Yeah, but Chief,
Nick Carter's a dangerous man with a clue, Frankie. Now he hopes to get at me through you. It's going to be embarrassing to have you around.
Hey, Chief, I didn't wear these cufflinks at the Stanleys. I swear I didn't.
Oh, didn't you, Frankie?
No, you gotta believe me.
Yeah, Ace.
Send in the Queen of Hearts.
Right.
What?
Meet the Queen of Hearts, Frankie.
You?
Yes, Frankie. It's I.
Sorry, Frankie.
Chief, no. No!
State of affairs, Nick. Frankie Morello, our only clue, wiped out.
Yes.
But only you and I knew about that cufflinks clue, Nick. What is this ace of spades, a mind reader?
Patsy, you forget.
Huh?
When you and I were discussing it at John Stanley's house, someone else was there who could have overheard us.
Oh, Nick, you're not suggesting that Rhoda...
She was in the room with us when we talked it over.
Well, I know, but she was in a severe state of shock.
Was she?
Nick, you don't mean...
I mean that things are beginning to add up. Look, Patsy, those crooks knew where the wall safe was, even at the combination.
Oh, yes, that's right.
The ace of spades could have received that valuable information direct from Rhoda.
Yes, but we can't be sure of that, Nick.
No, but there's one thing we can be sure of. Neither you nor I tipped off the ace of spades about that cufflinks clue. And somebody did. And the ace fella was important enough to force him to destroy the evidence, his own henchman.
And it must have been Rhoda who tipped him off. She was the only other person who knew about the cufflinks.
Exactly.
I can't believe it. What? Well, I knew Rhoda Stanley well. Of course, I haven't seen her for... Oh, Nick, how could Rhoda be an accomplice to the murder of her husband right before her own eyes?
Patsy, those jewels in the safe were insured for $100,000. That's a lot of money. Not to mention the millions that John Stanley probably left her in his will.
But if Rhoda's mixed up in this, then who is the ace of spades?
I've got a hunch, but I'm not positive yet. Whoever he is, he has an intimate knowledge of the jobs he tackles. And all these jobs have been pulled off against Acme underwriters. Patsy, suppose someone had easy access to the files of the company.
Files?
Yes, on banks, first storage vaults, and other properties, giving their floor layouts, burglar alarm setups, and so forth. A clever crook could pull off a nice, clean job with this information, couldn't he?
Yes. Oh, but there might be any number of men who'd have access to this information. Adjusters, executives, insurance actuaries, any number of people on the inside.
True, but we can narrow it down further. This man, this ace of spades, would not only have to be an inside man, he'd have to be someone who got around on the outside, too. Knew all these places by actual experience because he'd visited them. That's the only way he could operate the way he's doing.
Wait a minute, Nick. You mean...
I'm not sure, Patsy, but I hope to know within an hour. Come on, get your hat, let's go.
Go? Go where?
To the Boulevard Garage. That's where Ralph Williams keeps his car.
Nick, that garage attendant looked a little suspicious when you told him you were a dealer and that Mr. Williams sent you down to make an estimate on his car.
I'm going to make an estimate, all right. Here we are.
Nick, you still haven't told me why you're interested in Mr. Williams' car.
Not interested in the car itself. Just the tires.
The tires?
Yes. I understand 3 of his tires were cut up so badly I had to have new ones. I think I know what cut his tires that way. I want to be sure.
Well, hurry up. That attendant is keeping his eye on us.
Patsy, I've found what I've been looking for.
Nick, I just don't get it.
Here, take a good look at all 4 of these tires.
Huh?
See the glass particles and the treads? There's old tires, full of them.
Yes, but what do they mean?
I mean that Mr. Williams has been driving this car over roads littered with broken glass. And the only place in town where there are roads like that is in the abandoned slum section.
Then, Nick, what you're saying is that Ralph Williams is the ace of spades.
Yes. And I'd bet every poker chip in the pot on it.
Investigation, Williams speaking. Who? Claims Department. Oh, yes, Mr. Redden. Funny, I was just talking to Mrs. Stanley. She's right here in my office now. No, we haven't been able to break that Stanley case. The ace of spades got clean away with those jewels. Huh? I know it's a lot of money, but we're licked and we'll have to pay the claim. Yes, I know, and you're perfectly right. But even Nick Carter's fallen down on this one. All right, Mr. Redden. Goodbye. Well, my dear, it looks as though you're in. They're going to okay the claim.
When will it come through? The cash, I mean.
Sometime next week. And after that, my dear, I suggest you go away for a long vacation trip. In fact, I think I'll join you myself. It's getting pretty warm in town. Yes, come in.
A messenger brought this letter for you, Mr. Williams.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hamilton. From Nick Carter.
Nick Carter? I wonder what he wants.
Oh, now, my dear, nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. There's nothing in it but a playing card.
Yes. But look at that card. It's the Joker.
Nick, the messenger left Williams' office 5 minutes ago.
I know. It's almost dark. He'll be out soon. When he does, Patsy, we'll tail him.
Nick, why did you send him that Joker?
Just having a little fun. In the ace's own way.
But isn't that dangerous? Shouldn't we have just gone up and got him? What if he gets away?
He won't. You forget one thing, Patsy.
What?
The loot. The ace is almost $500,000 salted away somewhere. And he's certainly not going to leave town without picking it up. That's the big reason why I sent him the Joker. He knows around to him now. It'll flush him out.
Of course. And he'll lead us right to the hideaway.
If everything goes according to Hoyle.
Nick, do you think it's in one of those slum tenements somewhere?
I'd bet on it. Can't think of a better place to hide anything. Here, wait a minute. Yes. Here comes Williams out of his building now.
Yes, and Rhoda Stanley's with him. They're getting into a taxi.
All right, Patsy. Here we go.
Nick, look. They've stopped at the Riverview boathouse.
Yes. They're getting into a launch.
But I don't understand. This means they're not going to the tenement area.
On the contrary, Patsy. You forgot one thing. The river fronts that area, and the boat running quietly with its lights out might get in a lot easier than a car, especially when all the streets are being watched.
We can't let them get away, Nick. What now?
I'm going on to the tenement area. You get Matty on the phone.
Uh-huh.
Have him throw a cordon around this entire area, and tell him to notify the harbor police, too.
All right, Nick.
I fancy make it plain to Matty that the harbor police are not to stop the boat, or just keep them under surveillance. We want the ace to pick up that money before he tries a final getaway.
Well, Nick, it worked out just as you figured. The ace of spades came off that boat and went into that 5-story tenement right across the street there.
Yes, lucky your men were posted under those docks, Matty. Otherwise, we might have missed him.
Well, the Stanley woman's waiting in the boat. We can pick her up later just as soon as we... Hey, Nick.
Huh?
The ace of spades is coming out. Get back into the doorway.
He went in empty-handed and came out with a suitcase.
Yeah, that's the swag, all right. Oh, here goes. Just a minute, Ace. What? No, drop that gun. Drop it, I say.
Nice shot, Matty. Winged him in the arm. Yes, sir. You trumped the ace of spades neatly.
Well, Nick, they're starting to tear down these tenements today. Oh, what a place. Even in daylight, it gives me the creeps.
Yes, but someday, they tell me, this is going to be a beautiful housing development with parks and playgrounds for the kids.
Maybe, but right now it looks like a kind of death house. And speaking of the death house, I wonder what the Ace of Spades is thinking about now.
About black on red or red on black?
Nick, what on earth do you mean?
I just spoke to Matty on the phone a few moments ago. He tells me the Ace of Spades sits in the death cell all day and all night, playing solitaire.
Say, Nick, how about giving us a few of the ingredients that make up your story for next week?
Why, sure, Hugh. Take a beautiful young girl who's positive she's going crazy, just as her mother did before her.
Then add her boyfriend, who refused to believe she was losing her mind in spite of the evidence to the contrary.
Mix them together, and add a country doctor who alone knew the secret behind it all.
And you have the tense and unbelievable situation with which Nick was faced.
And what do you call this witch's brew, Nick?
I call it the Case of the Demented Daughter.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, which is produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Pictured stories of Nick Carter appear in every issue of The Shadow comics. In the broadcast of Nick Carter, Master Detective, Lon Clark is starred as Nick, Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy, Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Original music is played by George Wright. Script is by Max Ehrlich. Any resemblance in these programs to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual places is purely coincidental. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented over most of these mutual stations each week at this same time. This is Hugh Sanders saying so long until next week. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This, I believe. John Davis Drummey is Executive Director of the Northeastern Region of the National Conference of Christians and Jews. In addition, he is active in no less than a dozen community organizations. This, in spite of the fact that he is a disabled veteran of the naval war in the Pacific. Here is John Drummey's creed.
To sum up my credo in a sentence, the farther away I get from myself, the nearer I get to God. Most of my troubles came when I was obsessed with my own petty concerns and trivial details. I respect the hermit but admire the crusader. His life takes more of courage. I sympathize with the introvert as I would with the sickly, but both are missing a lot of life. As a Catholic, I am touched by Assisi and his animals, but Loyola and his army fascinate me. No man ever got as much out of life as G.K. Chesterton, and he remarked, "Here dies another day during which I have had eyes, ears, hands, and the great world around me, and with tomorrow begins another. Why am I allowed to?" Today's young people live years in what used to be days. I might be a good example. I've been married 6 years, have 2 children, a home, and have been recently honored by my college, the Jewish community, and the Chamber of Commerce. I direct the region of a famous human relations agency. I've had much sickness, been in a war, worked in a newspaper, traveled all over America and half the world, graduated from college, ran my own ad business, worked 3 years as an executive for General Electric, lost 2 brothers in a family, and spent a year in a tuberculosis sanatorium. Now, I could go on this personal basis, but the point is I've just reached the 30 mark. Many of these experiences would be denied in a past age. I've found that the beliefs I've discovered in the 20 to 30 year period can be the ground floor of my philosophy, and that these early years can be a fruitful basis for a mature life for everyone. I remember in particular 2 young men named Jefferson and Hamilton, whose thoughts are deeply embedded in this country's philosophy. I like people because they are the key to the great human values: love, charity, friendship, sacrifice, and brotherhood. Some of my closest friends are people whom I was at first hesitant to meet. What close calls. I feel sorry for those poor souls who must go through life not knowing their neighbors, not participating in groups or being active in causes, and when I meet persons who are not interested in people who are different, and of course that's everyone, then I rededicate myself to this thing called society, a continuous living drama equal to anything Hollywood ever produced. I believe the more people you understand, the more you understand God. I've had in my short life a multitude of illnesses, close calls, disappointments, sufferings, and personal crosses. But I honestly think I could have survived them better and perhaps avoided some of them altogether if I'd gotten away from the obsession with myself. This philosophy is not startling for its originality nor for its maturity. It is not the whole faith I have, for in this short space I have omitted the necessities of religion, introspection, study, family, and the other fundamentals which are done without the crowd. But my main point is that we do not live alone on this contracting globe, and thus the belief in belonging to the human race is most important now with bomb tensions, rabid nationalism, and rampant suspicion. And when I see a hard-bitten lawyer happily planning an outing for blind children, when I watch men of great prestige and wealth put their efforts into brotherhood, when I observe men and women begin to grow out of their own little tiny shells by going into the world and maturing by knowing other people's, other greater sorrows, other new shared joys, then I know that this is worth believing in.
That was John Davis Drummey of Boston, Massachusetts. He is actively involved in the job of creating better intergroup relations.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Some people think I live upside down, night where day ought to be. Funny, it's all a matter of perspective. Night, that's when the city comes to life, full of promise, tantalizing. Take North Clark Street, for instance, with its honky-tonks, dives that call themselves nightclubs, its shabby little joints, its entertainers who've slipped, its second-raters who never made the grade in the first place, all of them pushing and shoving to keep alive and get a few laughs. Some of them getting their kicks the hard way, no matter what they cost. Some of them not getting any kicks at all. In the daytime, it's a sad-looking street. At night, though, when it steps into the tinsel spotlight, it's alive, it's kicking, and it's full of people. And that's what draws me to it. I stood on the corner and I watched them. A little chorus girl hurrying across the street, eating a candy bar. Two dignified old Chinese walking one in back of the other. And a gang of college kids out to explore the big wicked city at night. And a street full of impatient drivers. The plain, dowdy-looking little old man fighting his way through the traffic carrying a small black case. Out of sheer habit, I cataloged him. The Salvation Army captain and mufti, or a veterinarian. And a wild driver playing tic-tac-toe with the morgue, careening around the corner. Pedestrians jumped out of his way, all but the old guy. He almost made the curb when the car grazed him and threw him up on the sidewalk. I ran up to him, helped him up, picked up his hat. Are you hurt?
No, thank you. I wasn't. It's all right. I'm quite all right.
You look a little shaky. You sure you're all right?
I'm perfectly all right. No, please.
He broke away from me and pushed through the crowd that was no longer interested and scurried away close to the buildings with a kind of frightened dignity, hugging his back case to him, his gleaming bald head reflecting the gaudy lights of the joints and the bars like starboard and port. Kind of a funny old duck. I started to turn away when I realized I was still holding his hat, and I called after him. Hey! He didn't hear me, so I took after him. He was half a block ahead and still hurrying. He turned into one of the joints. When I got closer, I saw it was called the Glamour Palace, and it guaranteed on the outside the hottest Dixieland in town. While inside, a piano player was making desultory passes at a keyboard. The drummer was moving back to the stand from the bar, scratching his back with a drumstick, while a long, lean soul with a trombone came out from behind some musty drapes, dragging one foot after another, openly yawning his boredom. If these guys played the hottest Dixieland in town, they needed a new press agent because the place was practically deserted. I looked around for old Baldy.
Oh, don't you look lonesome all by yourself at the door?
Even in the blue gloom, she looked tired. I'd met her type before. All over town, you see 'em. The gals that were beautiful once, but don't care too much anymore. She wore a white strapless number. She was fighting a losing battle with weight. And her hair, in spite of a mass of small blonde curls piled over the part, showed at least 2 weeks behind on the bleach.
Well, don't be shy. Come on in. We're friendly here, honey.
I'll bet you are.
I'm Stella. You can check your hat over there.
Oh, this isn't my hat. Belongs to a fella just came in here.
In here?
Yeah, just a minute ago. Small guy, kind of old, in a black suit, bald-headed, glasses.
Nobody's come in here for an hour, except you. Stick around. What are you drinking, honey?
Easy on the lapels, honey. Suit needs a press, but I like my tailor to do it.
How come we're not going to be friends?
Well, that's not what I came for. Sure you didn't see him? Kind of a mousy-looking man?
If you'd said rat now, that'd fit most anybody in the joint.
I'm positive he came in here.
All these traps look alike. He probably went in next door. And if you got any discrimination, you won't stay here either. Confidentially, the drinks are watered.
It's obvious you don't own any stock in this place.
If I did, brother, I'd dump it.
She clutched my arm and cajoled me out the door. Frankly, I was glad to get outside and get a whiff of good, clean monoxide gas. I still had the hat in my hand. I didn't know what to do with it.
Randy!
Huh?
Good to see you, kid.
Joe, what are you doing in this neighborhood?
I'm working. I'll wait you.
In here?
No, next door. Why don't you come in? We got some good entertainment. Come on, I'll give you a good table. What are you drinking these days? Here, have a cigar.
No, Joe, I can't. I'm just trying to return a hat.
A what?
Skip, it's not important.
Boy, am I glad I ran into you. Have I got an item for you? We just had a baby.
That's an item?
After 15 years, it's a scoop.
Okay, I'll make a note of it.
Here's a pencil.
No, I got one. I got him a pocket.
His name is Francis Xavier McGuire. He weighed 9 pounds, 14 ounces, 23 inches long, and the doctor said...
Wait a minute.
What's the matter, kid?
Well, how do you like that?
Well, tell me. Maybe I will.
My wallet. Dame lifted my wallet. So long, Joe. The old lapel routine. To think I'd stood still for that chromo. It wasn't just the wallet. My press card was injured. I had a lot of dialogue for little Stella and very anxious to deliver same. I opened the door of the Glamour Palace and it hit me in the face. Sweet, hot jazz. I stood there with my mouth open and listened to that ill-assorted, lackadaisical combo make real music. But it wasn't just the combo that threw me. I've heard a lot of jazz. It was the clarinet. Old Baldy, the guy I've been trying to return the hat to, the little man that wasn't supposed to be here, standing on that platform, blowing that licorice stick like he'd been born with it in his mouth. And I'd pegged him with the Salvation Army. Oh, my, the way he played that thing, that was more than music. That was magic. Even Stella Girl was captured by it. She and the aging Atlas who tended bar were drinking it in like a couple of kids seeing their first hop-along. I walked over to them just as the number was ending.
Oh, how about that, Benny? Is that music or is that music?
Hallelujah. Amen. Now, let me have my wallet.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. Now, how about the wallet?
So how about it?
You had your fun, now I want it back.
Looks like you got the wrong place again.
Oh, not this time.
This guy giving you trouble, Stella?
Oh, he's all right, Benny. Just a little mixed up, that's all.
Now, look, I've gone along with that gag long enough. Now, do I get it back or do I call the cops?
What do you want to make trouble for us for? We're just trying to make an honest scratch.
Yeah, well, why don't you go home and sleep it off, honey?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
What are you handing us, honey? What's Dodge? This routine about a wallet and some old guy with a hat?
Oh, yeah. I thought you said he didn't come in here.
Who?
That old guy up there on the platform.
What old guy?
The clarinet player, the one that... Well, where'd he go?
You sure you're feeling okay, honey?
Oh, this is getting real cute. Now you see it and now you don't.
Oh, that's your trouble.
Gee, you ought to see a doctor.
I will. When I get out of this squirrel cage, I'll be right for one. Stella fastened herself to my arm, but I brushed her off and went to the bandstand. The piano player, strictly a Bach character with no expression on his emaciated face, his nervous fingers pulling harmonics out of the keys. He was obviously the leader.
What's your pleasure, man?
Clarinet.
Oh, yeah, sweet reed. Real sweet.
Yeah. Where is he? Did you hear me?
What's that you say, man?
I want to talk to your clarinet player.
Oh, don't have one. Never had one, man.
You're going around in circles, Stone.
Stone?
You're caught in a revolving door, honey. You might get your nose cut.
How did you know my name is Stone?
I'm psychic.
Well, I'm very happy for you. What happened to old Baldy?
He turned into a mountain in California.
Mm-hmm. I'm not convinced.
No? Benny?
Yeah, Stella.
This guy won't convince. Maybe you ought to impress him.
Benny turned his sawtooth grin in my direction, but it wasn't amusing. It was an exit cue, and I took it. I bowed goodnight to the lady and walked out the door. I didn't believe them. I didn't believe a word they'd said, but I was convinced. I was out on the sidewalk, minus a wallet and plus a gray fedora that didn't belong to me, and it was too small anyway. I couldn't figure it out. You start out doing a good deed, end up in a maze of mirrors. Well, why? Now, what was so special about old Baldy? Why were they all protecting him? Because that's what they were doing. There was no doubt about it. But why? That's what I was thinking as I passed up the alley.
Mister, please, may I have my hat?
You what? And there he was, hugging the shadows of the alley and clutching his black case to him. Old Baldy, the clarinet player.
I said, may I please have my hat?
Why, sure.
Thank you. And, here's your wallet.
What? How did you get it?
It's not important.
Oh, I think it is.
Please, I wouldn't want there to be any trouble or any publicity. Stella's such a wonderful girl. She shouldn't have taken such a risk for me, but then she's like that. Warm, generous. Always worrying about the other person.
Stella?
Oh, yes, a fine woman. I hope getting your wallet back will take care of your inconvenience. I'm sure you'll find everything satisfactory inside. Now, if you'll just be good enough to forget about the whole
Wait a
thing.
minute now. What's the rush? Let's not hang out here in the alley. Let's go someplace and talk.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Now, wait a minute. I want to ask you some questions.
Questions? What about?
Well, like about music. Clarinet. How long you been playing it?
A long time. I have your word now, haven't I, that you won't make any trouble? None of this will be in the newspapers?
How can I write about something I don't understand?
Sorry.
Oh, now, wait a minute. He was gone, just like a piece of quicksilver. He dissolved back into the darkness. It's funny, he didn't look like a jazz man, but he played like he'd been born on Basin Street. Well, whatever. I started to put my wallet away when the thought struck me I'd better check it. My identification was all there. My money was all there. My money was all there, and then some. There was an extra $100 in the wallet. What exactly did he want me to forget? That Stella had picked my pocket or that I'd run into him tonight? $100. A bribe, yeah. But to forget what?
NBC is bringing you Night Beat and Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Perhaps without the right proportions, romance and mystery don't mix. But the amazing Mr. Malone seems to have exactly the right formula, as you'll see later tonight. Then Herbert Marshall brings you a tale of intrigue as told by the man called X. Of course, Pagon will be along to assist Ken Thurston, international adventurer. And just a word about a new show. On July 1st, Martin Caine, Private Eye, joins the Sunday mystery lineup on this station with Lloyd Nolan in the title role. The chimes are your invitation. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
My curiosity was whetted about a frightened, mousy little man who didn't look like a jazz man, didn't talk like a jazz man, and yet played the sweetest clarinet this side of Benny Goodman, and who would sacrifice $100 to drop in the press's pocket. Well, I figure where there's a bribe, there's a story. Wouldn't do me any good to go back to the Glamour Palace digging for it, not the way they felt about my company. So I dug around town looking for news for tomorrow's paper until 3 a.m., when I was able to catch up with the one man who might give me a lead. The Beef. He's sort of a walking delegate, ambassador without portfolio for the musicians local, and he knows every musician since Sousa. Long-haired, short-haired, bebop, a gamut. I found him where he stops in every night, year in and year out, in an all-night drugstore in the last booth. He calls it his office, and to all intents and purposes, it is. Payphone rings all night for the Beef. When I walked in, he was just finishing a call.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. Let's straighten it out for you. Yeah.
I fished in my pocket for a nickel to play the jukebox. I don't know how he knew it because he hadn't looked at me.
Don't play that thing. It's Ken. Yeah.
He dug around in his pockets for a piece of paper, brought out half a dozen scraps of envelopes that were covered with notations.
I got it.
He finally found a clean spot on one, and with the stump of a pencil that clung precariously to his ear, he made a notation.
I'll take care of it. Yeah.
Hello, Beef.
What's your gripe?
No gripe, not me. I'm a happy man.
Then you're not a musician.
He walked away from the phone back to his booth. He hadn't looked at me, but then he never looked at anybody. He spread his envelopes out over the table and alternately made notes and slopped his coffee all the time I was there. He kept tapping his foot, an occupational affliction with him, but he never once looked up. Beef, you got a minute? Something I'd like to find out.
Yeah, sure, put it down.
Thank you. What do you know about the clarinet man over at the Glamour Palace on Clark Street?
Otto.
Oh, that his name? Otto? The bald-headed gent?
Otto Frigg.
Uh-huh. Where's he from?
Who knows?
You're not going to tell me you don't know where he gets his pants pressed and where he buys his reeds.
I know that. He presses them himself, Natch. He's a musician, ain't he? And he buys his reeds at Lyon and Healy. Did you notice his instrument?
Clarinet.
Did you see the kind it is?
Judging from the way he hangs onto that case, I'd say it was uranium.
It's a buffet.
I thought that was a lunch.
I thought you newspaper guys were supposed to know everything.
No, not quite. What's a buffet?
Just the best gobstick in the world. Made in France, cost a wad of dough.
Well, that's interesting. He plays in a cheap joint where he works for the minimum with a premium instrument.
This answers all your questions?
Oh, you're not even warned yet. How long has he been in Chicago, and what do you know about him?
Transferred from St. Louis, worked around as a casual for a while. Been around 7, 8 months, I guess. Belongs to the union about 2 years.
You mean the local?
No, I mean the union.
He joined the musicians' union 2 years ago?
That's what I said.
Oh, you got to be mistaken. You don't learn to play like that in just 2 years.
Who said he learned to play in 2 years? I said he belongs to the union 2 years. What?
But he must have played someplace before. Don't you know where?
Look, we ask a guy, can you play? We say, go ahead, get a job. We say, keep your nose clean, pay your dues. That's all. His personal business, where he comes from, this, that, who cares? That's the man.
Oh, wait a minute. If I wanted to see Otto Freak again and I had an allergy about going back to the Glamour Palace, where would I look?
Well, you might try to jam. They got a red-hot session going tonight. It's only a couple of blocks from here. You can't miss it. It's on the corner of Madison.
Uh-huh.
Sooner or later, they'll all end up at the Big Bake. That's all. Relax, baby. It'll keep.
Thanks. Look, will they let me in?
Just tell them the beef sent you. Hello. What's the gripe?
2 years. Otto Freak, a member of the union, only 2 years, and yet it was obvious that he was an accomplished musician, good enough to play any place. Where had he played before? You don't go around tooting a reed without all dues paid up, unless he'd been out of circulation someplace, and for a long, long time. In jail, maybe. I went over to the jam session. It was in an old-fashioned saloon that had tried to modernize itself without success. Pockmarked on the outside by a half-burned-out Mazda sign that said, bar. Wouldn't draw much trade during legal hours, but after hours, that joint was jumping. I could hear that trombone clear out on the sidewalk. And as I opened the door, the sweet, clear notes of it wrapped around me. One by one, the others joined him. Trumpet, bass. Oh, what a sweet horn. There was a guy in a 1951 version of a zoot suit by the door, evidently supposed to check on who came in. He didn't pay any attention to me. Man, he was living. They had a good beat going, a real good beat. You could feel it in the walls and in the air and in your shoes. Every now and then, those boys hit a combination of notes that was great and exciting. A sort of satisfied sigh went around the room. They didn't want to applaud that audience. They didn't want to break the spell. So they beat their feet, shut their eyes, and shook their heads, silently playing along with them, like one man. And yet how different they were. On their faces, every racial strain, every shade of color, and their clothes from the cheapest to the best. I recognized one of the boys from the burlesque house and a couple of musicians in hand-tailored tuxedos from a lakeshore hotel. And on the floor, a boy, just a kid, sitting cross-legged with his accordion in his lap, fingering it with no sound and with his eyes shut. From the look on this kid's face, that music he heard in his head must have been great. Almost forgot what I came in for. I looked around for Otto Freak. He was just taking his place on the stand. And one by one, the other musicians stopped playing and let him carry it. I looked for Stella. There she was, sitting by herself in the corner. And I went over to her. Hi.
Huh? What are you doing here?
Oh, I like music. Mind if I sit with you?
It's a free country, I guess.
Thanks.
Just listen to him.
He's good.
Good. He's a cockeyed genius.
Yet he plays in a honky-tonk.
So what?
Oh, so nothing. Like you say, it's a free country. Just a little peculiar, that's all. Like he was hiding or running away from something.
Why don't you get lost? You got your wallet back.
I got too much of it back.
Huh?
Otto gave me too much change.
Otto?
Uh-huh. Otto Freak. Member of Musicians' Union only 2 years. Where was he before that, Stella?
Why can't you leave him alone? Did he ever do anything to you?
Why did you take my wallet? If you wanted to find out who I was, why didn't you ask me?
Look, I made a mistake, that's all. Leave him alone, can't you? I don't want him to get into trouble because I lifted your 2-bit wallet. He's a wonderful guy.
That's what he said about you. A wonderful girl.
Yeah? Did he?
Why, Stella, you're blushing.
So what? I got it coming, ain't I?
Look, I'm sorry. I'm not ridiculing it. I think that love is here to stay, but he's
Too old for me? You guys. It's all right about age improving a bottle of red eye or a hunk of cheese, but in a man it's no good, huh?
Oh, now look, I didn't say that.
What are you trying to make out of it anyway? May, December?
Well, let's say July, December.
You couldn't make that the last week in June, could you?
I think I could.
Otto.
Why did you come here, Mr. Stone?
You don't have to talk to him, Otto. You don't have to tell him anything.
You promised you'd forget about it.
You made a mistake tonight, Mr. Freed.
Mistake?
Yeah, in my wallet. Here, your $100.
I thought you'd leave Stella alone. I asked you not to bother her. If you cause her any trouble...
Otto, he's here. Otto, look.
She was looking beyond me toward the door, panic on her face. On Otto's face was the look of a trapped man. He clutched his clarinet to him as though to protect it from something. I followed their gaze. Over by the door, trying to prove to the lad in the zoot suit that he should be allowed to come in and not making much headway, was a big red-faced character who, if he wasn't a cop, was a cop's second cousin. I turned back, but Otto was already out of sight. Stella was just vanishing through the back door. You don't let a story walk out on you like that, not when you've come so far with it. I dashed after them. I didn't get very far. As I hit the alley, Stella tripped me and I went sprawling. Yeah!
Otto, hurry, get away.
I tried to shake her off so I could follow him, but she dug her teeth in my arm. Hey! Oh, you're a real nice kid. Nice and refined.
You had it coming.
Yeah. Now, who's that guy inside that you're afraid of?
It's none of your business.
I'm going to make it my business. I'll find out one way or another.
He's a detective.
Oh. Well, what are they after him for?
What's it to you? So he's on the lam. It's no skin off your nose.
I'm a newspaper man.
This won't sell papers. Please, Stone, please, leave us alone. What do you want to do, crucify us? He's the first guy I ever knew who didn't treat me like I was a blue note. What's the trouble with you guys? Dig till you grind up the dirt.
Are you going to tell me, Stella, or do I call that Seamus inside?
Go ahead, call him. He's not after me.
Maybe, but if he holds you here long enough, Otto will come back for you. This I know.
Okay. You win. You want a story? All right, I'll give you a story, and I hope you choke on it. Otto was a bank president in Kansas. He ran away.
Oh, so that...
No, that's not it. He didn't take a dime. Just car fare and his clarinet. All his life he wanted to play it, but he couldn't. He had obligations. He had a front to keep up. So one day, his job's done. His kids are grown. His son's got the bank. His daughters are married. They've got everything they need. Big social stuff. His wife's dead. Nobody needs him. He's all alone. But you wouldn't understand, would you, Stone, what it's like to need somebody.
Go on.
All Otto's got is his clarinet. But they won't let him play it. Jazz is too lowbrow for his family. Imagine being ashamed of Otto. So one day he just walked away.
One thing. Why are they looking for him?
They gotta make it look good, don't they? Like they really wanted him to come back. But nobody needs him back there. Nobody needs him anyplace.
Maybe they do.
No. Nobody needs him but me. Well, your mystery man's unmasked. You got your big story. Now why don't you go and print it?
Now, you won't believe me, Stella, and I don't blame you, but I am sorry. It was none of my business. Now, go on, beat it.
Thanks, Stone.
And take good care of that clarinet. Stella and Otto. What a twosome. What a story. Only I can't use it, so I fill up my column with dribs and drabs. I write abstractly about people making up the city, about the fireman having a smoker, about a cigarette girl putting her brother through college, about Joe McGuire's new kid. I gave him a whole paragraph. That ought to make him happy. But all the time that music is going through my head. From now on, every time I hear a jazz combo, I'll think about Otto Frieg playing that clarinet, coaxing sounds out of it that can't be put on paper. And having the funny always missed with that tough little two-tone blonde listening with her heart. Yeah, people. Great institution. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by John and Gwen Bagney with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Bill Johnstone as Otto, Georgia Ellis as Stella, Hy Averback as the piano man, Ed Max as the Beef, and Herb Butterfield as Joe. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial and write. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Hear the amazing Mr. Malone tonight on NBC.
This I believe. When John de Kedville Briggs became headmaster of St. Paul Academy in St. Paul, Minnesota in 1914, it was a small, moribund private school. When he retired from that post in 1950, he left behind him a first-line, endowed preparatory school for boys, sending its graduates to this country's finest universities. Perhaps part of the reason for this success lies in John de Kedville Briggs' balanced, thoughtful creed.
I grew up tacitly accepting, without much thought, certain old maxims. Honesty is the best policy. When you have given your word, you must keep it. You should treat the other fellow as you would yourself be treated. 44 years of schoolmastering, with some responsibility for bringing up and training boys, plus the business experience involved in operating an institution, have given me plenty of time and opportunity to appraise the validity of these maxims. Plenty of opportunity, also, to form some opinion as to the number of people who not only believe them, but act, in general, accordingly. In retrospect, the appraisal is more than encouraging. One cannot measure the extent to which a schoolmaster, or even a parent, can influence the growth of character in the young. But whether or not we of this generation can do much about the next generation, I, for one, believe in that generation, because in the great majority of those young people who have passed under my care, I have found the right kind of character traits inherent. I have found this true also in business and administrative dealings with their elders. All this has done much to reinforce my own belief, not only in human nature, but in the eternal truth of these basic principles of morality. Among my grandfather's papers, there came to light 3 non-consecutive copies of a Boston newspaper, under date of 1810. The editorial in the first one deplored the crazy new political ideas. The grand old days of Washington and Jefferson were gone forever, and the country was going to the dogs. In the second paper, the editor commented mournfully on the ominous rise in the cost of living. With eggs at 3 cents a dozen and lamb chops at 7 cents a pound, soon nobody could eat. And in the third paper, he shook his head sadly over the delinquency of the younger generation. Truly, as the preacher said, there is no new thing under the sun. Well, perhaps some strange political ideas are at large today, and schoolmasters can't buy many lamb chops. As for the young people, while a very few are not all they might be, most of them are wonderful. I doubt very much whether we are headed for disaster politically, economically, or through juvenile delinquency. It is always refreshingly surprising to me how very often, if I expect the best from people, young or old, I get it. The details of sectarian theology have never interested me. The form can so easily obscure the substance. To me, the substance lies in a deep respect for the Lord and complete belief in the teaching of Christ, especially with regard to one's relations with one's neighbor. A Catholic friend of mine once went to a Unitarian service. Someone asked her what she was doing there. Don't you think, she said, that any church is a good place to be in?
Those are the beliefs of John de Kedville Briggs, whose interests include botany, photography, cabinet making, and music, but whose first love is the preparatory school, which he served as headmaster for 36 years, until his retirement in 1950.
Listen, while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. This is your Rexall family druggist. Speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store name, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made for the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall Milk of Magnesia, for example. Here's a milk of magnesia, so pure, so mild, so creamy smooth, and free from earthy grittiness. Even children taste the difference. Ask for Rexall Milk of Magnesia at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Good health to you all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, hello.
Mr. Diamond?
Well, depends on who you are and how you got my office.
I got tired of waiting in the hall, so I presented the scrub balloon with a $5 bill.
So it cost you $5.
$5 bill.
So it cost you $5.
$5 bill.
So
my name's Roger Blake, Vice President of Intercontinental Indemnity. and Bond. My company has an insurance policy.
I know what you want, but doesn't a big company like yours some pretty good insurance detectives?
Yes, but none of them have been able to do any good.
Oh, what's the problem?
The jewels were stolen.
That's a pretty good problem.
The jewels were stolen from Mrs. Carter's safe some 3 months ago. Until yesterday, neither our men nor the police had a clue as to the thief.
Thief? Only one?
Only one that we know of. Last night, we got a tip that a certain man was responsible for the theft.
That he knows where the jewels are hidden.
Please been told?
No, and for a very good reason. This man is being held in Havana, awaiting extradition this weekend. When he gets back, he's bound to serve at least 10 years, and we are due to pay off Mrs. Carter's policy by Monday noon of next week.
And you want to know where he stashed the jewels before they put him away?
Exactly.
Well, now, let's see. This is Thursday. You haven't much time.
Yes, we must hurry. It's reasonable to believe the jewels are someplace in Cuba. When they extradite him, he will leave and the jewels will remain behind.
Oh, what's his name?
William Carnes.
Wanted in this state, 2 counts of forgery.
Yes, that's the man.
Now, what makes you think he knows where the jewels are?
As I said, Mr. Diamond, a tip. My own source of information, and usually quite reliable.
What do you want me to do?
Do your utmost to find out where the jewels are before Carnes is extradited.
When are they sending an officer down to pick him up?
Today or tomorrow. You must beat them there.
Well, then I'll have to get a search permit and ticket.
You can take care of the permit this afternoon. As for the ticket, I have one here on the 6 o'clock train.
Oh, now, here, don't rush things. Maybe I don't like the time.
I'll give you a $500 retainer now, and another $500 when you deliver the jewels.
Oh, well, I'm always asking stupid questions.
Several things to remember. My company wants credit for recovering the jewels.
Of course.
The police are not to be told, as they may cause delay. We haven't the time.
Well, if this Mrs. Carter knows the jewels have been recovered, won't she be glad to give you an extension?
No, indeed. She'd rather have the $800,000.
Makes sense.
Here's your return ticket. No, something else. Cards is taken away before you accomplish your mission. Wire me at the plaza in Miami Beach. If you have the jewels, fly to Miami, where I shall meet you. If you don't succeed, may return to New York, and the incident will be forgotten.
If I get the jewels, I'm to meet you in Miami?
I'm leaving on a vacation, and I would like to return with the jewels myself. As I said...
Your company wants the credit.
Exactly.
He paid me in 5 crispy, crunchy $100 bills and left the office, so I left also. When a man like Roger Blake walks in, offers me the total sum of 1,000 iron men to locate $800,000 in missing jewels, things start confusing me. I have a habit of putting myself in a prospective client's place and then asking the simple question, why? I decided if I were Mr. Roger Blake, I might gladly pay $1,000 for a chance at an $800,000 jackpot. I headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station to do some checking.
Oh, hello, Rick.
Hello, Murph. Where's Otis?
In with the lieutenant. I'm taking over for the next couple of days.
Taking over? What's the matter with Otis?
Oh, he's leaving town tomorrow morning. Extradition job.
Extradition job? Otis?
Otis.
Wouldn't by any chance be Cuba?
Certainly would. How'd you know?
Well, he can't be going down there to bring back a criminal. Got to be about a gorilla or something. Somebody he can talk to. He in with the lieutenant?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me know what you find out.
What difference does it make? Who's going to believe it anyway?
You don't have to speak the language, Hornhead. Somebody will be there to meet you. Oh, hello, Rick.
Well, good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you, Sergeant Loveloon?
Como esta bueno, amigo?
Oh, an accent from Uncle Castile.
By way of explanation.
Otis is going to Cuba.
How did you find that?
Murph told me.
I'll have his badge. Outside of this office is to be considered nothing but another room.
But I am going.
Yes, you am.
Walt.
Don't look at me, Rick. It's the commissioner. I sent the police psychiatrist up there to see him unofficially, of course.
The old man told you to send Otis?
Right over that intercom.
Well, he must have given you a reason. That's like blowing up Boulder Dam to take a shower.
Now, what kind of a remark is that, Thomas?
I've been trying to think of that all day.
Otis, go home and start packing.
I'm packed.
You just found out about it this morning. How can you be packed?
Walt, a package of Sen goes to Blue Jay Corn Plasters in his book on 301 things a bright boy can do. He's packed.
Okay. You leave tomorrow afternoon. Go get your papers.
Right, Lieutenant.
A clear deal, Diet. So,
who did you say he was going to bring back?
William Carnes. You remember him. We got a tip he was hiding out in Cuba, and we had the authorities down there pick him up.
They holding him in the jail in Havana?
Yeah.
Do me a favor, will you?
Oh, I can.
Check on a guy named Roger Blake.
supposed to be vice president of a firm called Intercontinental in Bombay.
Anything special?
Oh, background, anything you can find out. I need it today. I'm sort of taking a little vacation myself, starting this evening.
Yeah? Why don't you go along with Otis? Cuba's nice this time of year. You can help them keep his brains in one lump.
Cuba sounds great, but you know me, Walt. Where would I get enough money to take a trip like that? Simon talking.
Walt, nothing wrong with Roger Blake, Rick. Vice president of the bonding corporation, like you said, married once, wife died 4 years ago. Has a brother somewhere in the West, William Blake. Nothing on him.
What else?
Well, let's say, vacations in Florida every year about this time. Used to be in charge of the Cuban office of Intercontinental, whatever that is. And you working for him?
You're getting nosy now.
Well, he's got a good record. Gambles a lot when he's down in Florida, but who doesn't?
How about his financial statement?
Not bad, not good. He's got about $15,000 in the bank.
Okay, thanks. I'm in a rush, Walt.
Well, have a good time.
You'll hear all about it. I grabbed my plane okay, and 6 hours later we dropped down for a landing at the Havana airport. I checked in at customs, and being able to habla enough Espanol, I got a tip-hungry cabbie to take me to one of the better hotels, $3 a night. I got a good night's sleep, and bright and early the next morning went over to the local Bastille. After not too much effort, I was able to visit William Carnes in his jail cell.
Someone to see you, your Carnes. Well, just making a new pot of tea. You can call when you are finished, senor.
Hello, Carnes.
You the cop come down to take me back?
No. I understand you won't be here until late this afternoon.
Well, who are you? Seems to be no privacy even in jail.
Name's Diamond. I'm a novelist.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was in Havana, and I heard you were going to be extradited. I thought you might have an interesting story.
I'll bet you did.
I understand you're wanted for 2 counts of forgery.
Oh, you do, huh?
No story?
No story. Okay, pronto, move, or I take you again. I move. Hey, what's going on out there?
I don't know.
Think it's your kind of cell? Bueno, amigo. Bueno. This is a cell. What do you want? What's the idea of the night? I want you out of this lousy jail, senor. The idea of the night is to slit this pig's throat if you do not open your cell. You will open it now? See, open it.
He held the knife to the jailer's throat while the door was open. He was dressed in what used to be a white Panama suit. He stood about 5'4", weighing in around 200. On his feet he wore sandals that looked like he'd stayed up nights drilling holes in them. On top of his head, covering his shaggy black hair, was a straw hat, and stuck in his fat lip was a long black cheroot. Between the smell of garlic and cigar smoke, I began to feel what it might be like to come face to face with a bilious dragon.
Senor Carnes, vámonos, Usanti. Hey, friend, you go now, pronto.
Now, look, fella, I
go too, senor. If I had time, I would let everybody out. I don't get your angle, but I'm not squawking, okay? Thanks. Then, now, you get in the cell, jail. Senor Diamond, you'll run us, right?
And that's exactly what I did. I don't think it was a dirt. I had a .38 under my arm that could have caused a lot of trouble, but I wanted to try and tail Carnes. Knowing that the law was on the way to picking up, Carnes might have head for the jewels and try to get out of the country. I went out of that building like a homesick jackrabbit, and I lamped Carnes ducking into a building about halfway down the street. The sign over the door read, Eduardo, Havana, Brooklyn, Cafe. Made me feel right at home, so I slowed down to a sprint and went in.
Yo,
listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family drug. And here he is.
Whenever warm weather rolls around, people start talking about air conditioning, and I start talking about the air-conditioned aspirin tablet.
You mean Rexall aspirin?
Exactly, ma'am.
Well, why do you say it's an air-conditioned aspirin tablet?
Well, it's the extremely low moisture content of Rexall aspirin that makes it break up so quickly. And in order to keep it that way, Rexall aspirin is compounded in specially sealed air-conditioned rooms, where the humidity and temperature are kept at ideal levels. That's one reason why Rexall aspirin, when followed with water, disintegrates even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, that's good enough for me.
And it's good enough for 10,000 independent family druggists, too. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
The barroom in Eduardo's Havana, Brooklyn cafe was small and dark. Carnes was nowhere in sight, so I walked over to a long bar and watched the lazy bartender move slowly up the counter with a wet bar rag.
Something for you, Mike?
Yeah. You American?
Yeah. So I got sold on siestas.
Where did the guy go who came in here just before I did?
I didn't see no one.
Now, look. A guy by the name of Carnes just romped in here, and he didn't go back out the front door. Are you going to tell me where he went, or I'm going to fix it up so you take your siesta early?
You know, friend, I got a bunch of bottles back here.
Good. Line them up. I'll see if I can shoot the corks out.
You win, Max. Carnes went to see Maria. She thinks in the evening. So at the top of the stairs.
I took off up the stairs like the V1 and didn't remember to knock at Maria's door. I went in, and there, standing in the middle of the room, was the best reason I could think of for upholding the good neighbor policy. Her south of the border, plus her north of the border. Wow, it makes gorgeous geography.
Yes?
Yes. Where's Carnes?
Don't you think it would have been more polite to knock?
Now, baby, I'm in a hurry. Sometimes I get so wound up I forget my manners. Now, where's Carnes?
I don't know who you are talking about.
Where did he go?
Who, senor?
Honey, now listen. I just had trouble with a bartender. He said Carnes came up here to see you. Okay, now I got you. I still need Carnes. So shall I start convincing you too?
How do you propose to convince me?
Well, right now, time's important. $500 left in me. For 5 C's, I might even become a bully and start twisting arms.
I'm not going to tell you what to find Carnes.
But as much as it hurts me, I'll have to twist your arm.
You're not twisting very hard.
Oh, well, my mind was on something else.
My leg?
No, it was about that $500 I was going to get for bringing in Carnes.
Yes.
I really don't need it all.
No?
No. You like Carnes a lot?
You're the best one around.
Oh.
Why?
Oh, I could get along on half of the $500.
I could get along on a lot less. Will you come back?
Where can I find Carnes?
You could leave the 250 now. Just to make sure you come back, of course.
I could leave 100 just to make sure you give me the right address, of course.
Número 3, Avenida Porteria.
No, thanks.
Forget the 100. That's all. When you come back, you can bring everything.
I may be bald. I think my hair just caught on fire. I left before the room filled up with smoke and went down to the bartender again. He told me where to find Avenida Porteria. The back entrance to the cafe opened on it. It was a dead-end street. A half block down, I found a narrow tree, a
tired building all slumped down. I quietly tried the door. Finding it locked, I not so quietly braced myself against the fire wall and took off like an erratic tire driver. I had to make it full the first time I hit it. It did, and I sprawled in just in time to see Kynes dive for a dresser drawer. He stopped cold when he saw the .38 in my hand. Okay. Don't shoot. All right now, happy fingers. I won't unless you get too frisky. For a rider, you're carrying a funny tool. Yeah, and it writes in lead on all 6 cylinders. Where's the stuff? Now get with it. You know about Yes, I know about the jewels. Come on, now give. Well, can't we make a deal? There's 800,000 in hand. See? Right here in the desk. You can get at least 500 grand at a cent. And 250 is yours. Oh, my Agent Tom, why did you think that to happen to me? Do not worry about it, senor. What is it? As I say, senor, do not worry about the jewels now. I and my 45 will take all the responsibility. Hand me your pistol, senor. Now, are you yours? I don't get it. First you bust me on the stern, then you come in here. Ah, you got it now? He springs me and I bird dog him to the jewels. Well, I did not know what you would lead me to, senor, but I am one happy man. It turned out to be this. Pick them up and put them in my hat, senor. Fat boy, you said a friend sent you to get Kynes out. No, not my friend. Friend of Senor Kynes. I think he had good reason for wanting him out of jail, so I followed. I am smart, right? Have you reached now? Very good, senor. Here you are. That's it. I don't think you should come after me for a while. Looks pretty good, eh? Adios, senor, and once more, sir. Kynes and I both went for the gun in that dresser drawer like a mace to the gin bottle. It was bargain day in Klein's basement until Kynes decided to pick up a piece of the metal bedpost and start me on the siesta habit. When I finally came around, well, I'd done a swell job. I'd lost the 800,000 in jewels, William Kynes, and enough blood from my scalp wound to make a vampire to a shotty. I stumbled out of the building and put in the call to the plaza in Miami. Before I could shake a maraca, Mr. Roger Blake was on the pipe. Yes? Miss Blake, this is Diamond. Yes, Diamond. I was in touch with the party you sent me to see, and he took me to the item you wanted me to get hold of. Well? A big bundle of garlic speaking broken English and carrying a pistola is now in possession of the item. You mean you had and you let someone take them away from you? Yes. There's something bothering me. I wonder who gave you that tip. Maybe they tipped the Cuban wino who swiped the item from me. That way I can locate the guy and maybe still earn my other 500.
Well, get the whole thing, Diamond.
What?
Keep the original 500 and go on home. Just forget everything. You understand?
Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Blake. I really didn't understand much, except that a very bad smell was beginning to creep over from Denmark and land in Havana. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was really wrong. I thought the thing out and then put in calls to all the ticket offices in Miami. I got the answer I wanted. United Airlines in Miami said that Mr. Roger Blake had booked passage and was due in Havana at 5 that evening. I was waiting at the airport when Mr. Roger Blake, as big as life, stepped down from the big transport, and I trailed him up to the cab stand. He climbed in a hack and took off with my cab right behind. Blake's cab reached the outskirts of town and stopped on a dirt street, fronted by adobe buildings. I had my cab pull up a safe distance behind and got out. Blake went up to one of the buildings and knocked on the door. Someone let him in, and I went around back to find a way to get in. I found it in the form of an open window. I could hear voices coming from the front of the place. I'm certainly glad to see you, Senor Blake. Can I get you some Bacardi or something? You can stay right there. You tell me where they are, one with you, Otto. I slipped quietly in and started moving in their general direction. It was pitch dark.
So I made like a bat, shooting the walls and hoping I wouldn't bump into something. Through a crack in the door, I could spot 2 people, Mr. Roger Blake and Short Patent Dangerous himself.
I want the jewels, one. So do I, senor, and I do not give them unless you want to pay me for it. I've already paid you well. To get Senor Carnes out of jail, okay, I did that. Well, I warn you. No, you do not warn me, senor. I don't care of you.
That's what I heard of. Some copycat who climbed in the same window I had was heading to the front of the house. While Juan and Blake continued to argue, I ducked into the shadows to the side of the door and waited. I didn't have to wait long. The left snuck William Carnes, and in his hand was the 32 we'd wrestled over earlier. He poked the muzzle of the gun into the room and went in after it. Roger Blake turned to meet him, and for the first time I saw the gun in Blake's hand. They both froze, keeping their sights on each other's breakfast. Juan took on a swamp alligator smile and sat down to watch.
Well, William, I am so glad to see you again. I'll bet you are. Better drop the gun. My dear. He is your brother. Senor Carnes is your brother. We don't brag about it. Especially when one of us is a cheat. And the others are no good double-crossing louse. You tipped the police when I was in them. What do you say? Hey, if you're brothers, how come your name's Carnes and your name's Blake? I changed mine a long time ago when I got into some trouble. I didn't want to ruin my beloved brother's reputation. Senor Blake got a good reputation. He hired me to get you out of jail so that Diamond Fellow could follow you. He said nothing about the jewels, but I knew Senor Blake when he used to work in Havana. This would not cost him the breath. I hired one to do a job property. Senor Carnes had the jewels. Half of them were supposed to be mother. Looked me up and asked me to steal. Sure, I swiped them and forgot to spit. So what? Well, you got it. Point for nothing. Real mistake. One who has the jewels, and I am not giving to anyone.
Well, I might as well get in on this. All the op's been free. Carnes turned and tried his luck. I felt the bullet strike my hair and it hit the linoleum. Carnes was aiming again, but he forgot to figure 3 things. His brother's nasty disposition, and the gun his brother was aiming at him. Carnes took the slug right around the belt line, and he went down like a punctured vessel. He must have cut his spine in 2 because he folded up the sheet. Then Blake decided to add me and play for a pair. And just as he started to squeeze the trigger, I saw Juan reach back to his collar. His arm hissed down in the blurred half-arc. And before Blake could nail me, he was trying to squirm away from the 10-inch knife that made a gory chasm between his shoulder blades. I grabbed his gun quickly and covered upon him.
They did not love each other, these two. I threw pretty good, huh?
Yeah, thanks, Juan.
I suppose you better want the jewels, too, aren't you?
That's right.
So would you consider what you call the partnership?
Afraid not.
And the jewels?
Turning him over to the constabulary.
Oh, senor.
That's the truth.
Okay. Me?
Well, you killed man.
What I say, you're alive.
I'm not the police, so I can't arrest you. And I would think a long time before I'd shoot a man who saved my life.
Oh, you would?
But I warn you, don't try to make a break for it.
Oh, I think I got to. I do not want to stay in jail. The jewels are in my house. I leave them in the middle of the floor. Adios, amigo.
Come back, Juan. Stop her out. Miss. Well, Maria will understand. I found the phone and explained the whole situation to the local chief of police, who was just leaving to meet one Sergeant Otis Loveloon, arriving on the 7 o'clock plane from New York. I ducked out because in my blood was the call of the wild goose, and in 20 minutes I was sitting in Maria's room over the cafe.
I'm glad you came back.
I didn't get that extra 500.
Oh, then I'm really glad. Because you must have come back just because you wanted to see me.
Well, yes, I had something to do with it.
You like me to play to you?
Oh, sure. Love it. Oh, love it.
mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this way before. Who ever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering if you adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing, and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. Oh, well, it's, you know. Oh, well, the reason for the ears twitching is quite interesting. It seems as when I was very young, There's not too much light in here. You see, I have a terrible fear of light. Masdophobia, they call it. Well, oh, no. Come on, Simon, you better up. Oh, no. Otis.
Who is he?
I'm going to get in now. Let's track you down. Goodbye, dear. Call him, will you? His name's Loveloon.
You better up, Simon. Will I see you again?
Not if you don't call him. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yes.
Now, look, I don't...
Come
Well, I don't...
Come in. Sassinat nacho. Dick Powell will be back in a moment. But now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist. In a recent nationwide survey, American mothers agreed that every family medicine cabinet should contain a reliable, all-round mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. And millions of homemakers choose Rexall MI31 to fill that need. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in a few seconds, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is Big Powell. This is our first show in our new series, the Rexall Drug Company. We want to thank you and the 10,000 independent Rexall druggists for making it possible. Good night. Hiya, beautiful. Get lost, Bristlefoot. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do? Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag. Go Stag? But why? Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids. Like Stag brushless shave cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on and presto. You get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long. I'll do it. Go Stag. That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This, I believe. John E. McKean is a business executive with a scientific background. He started as a control chemist at the Charles Pfizer and Company of Brooklyn. He is now its president. He says the excitement of directing something that may be important to the health of the people is tremendous. The antibiotic research program at Pfizer was under his direction. This culminated in the discovery of terramycin. It is not surprising that the creed of John McKean is an optimistic one.
I like to think that a man's character derives from his beliefs. Some of my own beliefs have come from the experiences and growing understanding brought with the passing years. Still others have deep roots reaching far back into my childhood days. Together, they make up a body of beliefs on which, like any other sincere human being, I am prepared to stand or fall. In my view, the central belief a man should have is in belief itself. Even as a schoolboy, I felt that without belief, or without a striving toward belief, my life would lack meaning and purpose. Everything in my own life has derived from this fundamental realization. Always, too, I have actively believed in the basic goodness and nobility of man. That has also been one of the foundation stones of my life. I believe that a man's future is limitless. I reject the cynical view that man's intelligence and ingenuity are bound to become the instruments of his own self-destruction. And I rebel sometimes almost with anger at the notion that there is a deep perversity in mankind which makes it hold cheaply the life of the individual. On the contrary, I believe there is nothing illusory in our unyielding will to live, even under the most difficult and hopeless circumstances. From my own personal contact with science, it seems to me that all nature's incessant striving toward life is dramatically evident. Time and time again, I have seen under laboratory microscopes countless evidences of this deep urge. In fact, it was the observation of the potent life-protecting forces in tiny microorganisms which led directly to the discovery of many of the great antibiotic wonder drugs, such as penicillin and streptomycin and terramycin. And now we know that some of these same substances not only can protect life by combating disease, but by speeding the growth of animals, they can also increase the supply of life-giving food in a hungry world. I believe that there is no contradiction between man's material and his spiritual well-being, but I believe equally that mere multiplication of the earth's goods will not automatically bring about higher levels of civilization. We need to become more thoughtful in the uses we make of our wealth and the tools that produce it. I believe that the relationship of the individual to the world is one of responsibility. Each of us is, in effect, an agent or steward of his fellow men. This is not only a godly way of living, it is also one of practical self-interest, since the welfare of the least of us is inseparable from the welfare of all. I believe man must live by deeds rather than by words, by achievement rather than avowal. Most of all, I believe that I should live with confidence in myself, in the great human family to which I belong, and in humanity's capacity to achieve a boundless and bountiful future.
That was John E. McKean, president of Charles Pfizer and Company in his native Brooklyn.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth,
guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mr. District Attorney is brought to you by two famous Bristol-Myers products, Vitalis and Sal Hepatica. Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Vitalis, Sal Hepatica.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
The case of one slip meant death. In the spring, a young man goes to the circus, and that includes your district attorney, Harrington, and Miss Miller. As our story begins, they're busy with popcorn, peanuts, pink lemonade, and watching the show.
Boy, what's this now, Miss Miller?
What?
Boy, did you ever see tigers like that?
Where, Harrington? Which ring?
In the center.
Oh.
Hey, who is that guy, Chief? He's great.
I was just looking at the program, Harrington. Oh, here it is, number 24, presenting Chris Kane and his death-defying dance of the wild beast.
Oh, gee, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah.
The tigers?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, watch Kane's footwork, Miss Miller. That's what's beautiful.
Yes, isn't it?
Hey, just see that one snarl at him?
Yeah.
Boy, they ain't kidding.
Now what?
It's the finish of the act, Miss Miller.
Oh.
He's supposed to light a cigarette in front of that tiger.
What?
Yeah, the big one, Miss Miller. Look.
Oh, I don't want to look.
Watch him now. He keeps getting closer to the tiger. And all of a sudden, he lights that cigarette right in his face.
Well, I'm just as glad I'm up here, aren't you, Harrington?
Yeah, now, Chief. Hey, there he goes.
Yeah.
Watch him, Miss Miller.
Yeah.
Hey, Harrington, that tiger got him.
No.
Hey, let's get down there. This crowd might get out of hand. Come on.
Now, let's get this straight. You're Kane's assistant, you said?
Yes, sir. Jimmy Parsons.
Okay, Jimmy, you stay right here. Who are you?
My name is Drew, Carol Drew. Is Kane dead, do you know?
Yes, ma'am. He's dead.
Oh, how horrible.
What are you doing the act, Miss Drew?
Carol's not with us, sir. She's an aerialist.
Oh, I see. Well, you don't need to hang around, then, little lady. District Attorney just said those in the Kane Act had to stay.
Oh, but I want to stay. You see,
She's with me.
Oh, here you are, Harrington.
Yeah, I thought I'd better stick close to the cage, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
I did what you said. Nobody has touched it.
Good. Will you bring Mrs. Kane over here, please, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kane. This won't take long, I know. Mrs. Kane, I don't know what to say. It's just awful.
Madura got him. I saw from the entrance it was Madura.
Madura?
The cat, Mr. Harrington.
Oh, but Mr. Kane slipped. I saw him.
What did you say?
This is Carol Drew, Chief. She's part of a trapeze act.
Oh, yes. And you saw Mr. Kane slip, Miss Drew?
Well, I'm sure he did. I was watching because I was looking for Jimmy.
Yes, that was my impression, too. We were in a box just over there to the left. I want to have a look inside that cage, Harrington.
Yeah, right, Chief. Mrs. Kane, I know this must be a tough time to talk, but about this tiger. Is it vicious, especially?
They're all vicious. My husband's act was no fake.
Oh, of course not. I just meant...
Madura is faster than the others, Mr. Harrington. You have to watch her every minute.
Can't understand it. I just can't.
Well, can't I get you a chair, Mrs. Kane?
I'll be all right. Thank you.
Oh, Harrington, will you come in here a moment?
Yeah, right with you, Chief. Excuse me.
Miss Drew, I think if you could get Mrs. Kane a glass...
Watch your feet there, Harrington. There's something on this canvas I don't like.
What's that, Chief?
Right here. Right in front of the perch that tiger was on when it happened.
Huh?
Here, do you see it?
Hey, Chief, that feels like grease.
Yes, it is a grease of some sort. And only in front of this perch.
Well,
now I'm sure Kane slipped in front of that animal.
Oh, brother.
Come on, let's see if we can't find out why.
Jimmy.
Yes?
Jimmy, this is awful to think about now. At a time like this, I mean. But
think about what?
Us.
Well, the show will have to go on, Jimmy. You know that. And everybody knows you know the act. Well, you can handle the cats just as good as Mr. Kane did.
Carol, wait.
But we have to think about it, Jimmy. Why, if you do the act, that'll mean more money, and then we can...
Honey, please, listen. I know we've waited, baby. Darling, I know every minute of it. Even before I went overseas.
Well, then?
I don't want to do the act.
Why?
Oh, don't get me wrong, baby. It isn't that I can't. Well, don't you see? The cats belong to Velma now. All of them.
Velma?
Mrs. Kane.
Well, sure they do, Jimmy, but... Well, my goodness, she can't do the act. She isn't even circus.
I know that.
Jimmy Parsons, what are you trying to say? You're like a little boy.
Velma likes me, Carol. She... Oh, for Pete's sake, I don't have to spell it out for you, honey. She's in my hair. She's been that way for months.
Mrs. Kane.
Yeah, don't you see? If I did the act now with her cats and everything, it'd be worse than ever. Much worse.
Oh. I didn't know. I had no idea at all.
I didn't want to worry you.
Mrs. Kane. I just can't believe it.
Don't let her fool you, Carol. She's tough.
Yeah, I heard that once. One day in the commissary, someone said she'd been arrested or something a long time ago.
Come in. Jim, Oh. Come in, Mrs. Kane. You know Carol Drew, I think, with the Parkers.
You'll forgive us, won't you? Jim, I want to talk to you alone.
Well, yes, of course.
Is the phone connected in your dressing room, Carol?
Yes, it is, Jimmy. Room 72.
I'll call you, okay?
Yes, please do. Mrs. Kane, I want to say...
Some other time, my dear, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Do you want to sit down?
Sorry if I was rough with your little friend, Jim. It happens there's a lot to think about.
If there's anything I can do, any way I can help, I
Oh,
wish
for the love of heaven, Jimmy, don't you start to. I look lousy and black and crying makes my mascara run.
Sorry.
Just glad our farm's near here. I can get away from the sympathy routine. Sit down, will you?
You said you wanted to talk to me, Mrs. Kane.
Oh, I see.
See?
The Mrs. Kane routine. You know, Jimmy, in all my life, I never... No, I'll be darned if I will.
It's getting late, Mrs. Kane.
I'll be darned if I'll sit here trying to think of how to work this. Is it that girl, Jimmy? The one that just went out here?
Carol?
I don't care. I don't care about anything, Jimmy. Not anymore. Look at me.
But I...
Look at me, I said. Do you think this is for laughs?
I think you'd better...
Ever since you got here. Ever since you smiled for the first time. Ever since I saw the way your hair falls over your eyes when you laugh. Since I watched you walk.
Cut it out. Don't talk.
Ever since I loved you, Jimmy. Loved you so hard. So far down deep inside me, it aches and pains like it was going to kill me. Jimmy, please. I'm dying with the pain. Jimmy, please.
You'd better go.
Please, dear Lord, please.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kane, but it's just no good. It isn't, and it never could be. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to find Carol.
Jimmy.
Raven oil, odorless, tasteless, colorless. That's a new one on me, Kate.
Raven oil? I've heard of it before, Harrington. It's, well, it's like a baby oil, I think. It has a number of uses.
Yes, including murder, it seems, Miss Miller.
Oh, you think that'll stand up, Chief?
Well, not the way the case shapes up now. Oh, it's murder, all right. There's no doubt of it. You take this fact alone. Chris Kane had done that cigarette trick in front of that particular tiger for 3 years.
That's right.
And the trick, obviously, is largely a matter of footwork.
And that's right, too. Then one night there's a neat patch of this Raven oil right in front of that tiger's perch.
Yeah.
Right where Kane does his stuff.
Exactly. So what's the result? He starts the trick, slips on this oil, and the tiger claws it. Well, that's murder.
Well, I see all that, of course, Chief, but I was just trying to think who could have done it.
Yeah, that's quite a thought, Miss Miller, quite a thought.
It's something we'll all have to think about. Yes, and do something about. How long is the circus scheduled to stay in the auditorium, Harrington?
Not long, Chief. It moves on Friday.
Friday. It's not much time, is it? Well, we'd better get to work, and fast.
It's late, Carol. I'd better go back to my hotel and let you get some sleep.
Have you started packing yet?
I will tonight.
And tomorrow you'll...
Leave. I'll tell her right after the matinee.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy, I'm scared.
Oh, baby, no. There's nothing to be scared about. It's best this way. Honest it is.
Well, I know all that. It's just everything's so mixed up.
It won't be for long. You'll see, honey. I'll get a job just like that.
I know.
Well, gee, smile then or something. I'm going to miss you, too.
Oh, Jimmy.
Oh, Carol. Oh, gee, honey, don't cry.
I can't help it. Let's see, all while you were in the army, I used to think about us being together. And how you do the cat act someday, and me with the part. And now it's all different.
Oh, now, baby.
Oh, I'm just silly, I guess.
Sure you are. Hey, you'd better get some sleep, young lady. All right now?
I'm fine.
Miss Drew, fair damsel. Hey.
I'm listening, Mr. Parsons.
You're supposed to smile, dopey.
Oh? I'm listening, Mr. Parsons.
That's better. I just want to tell you, fair lady, that I love you.
Jimmy, wait.
Very nice.
Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Come in. Jimmy, Mrs. Kane.
Does he usually stay in your hotel room until now?
What?
Don't give me that wide-eyed stare. I've been waiting in the street.
What do you want?
That's a neat question coming from you. All right, I'll give it to you straight. I want Jimmy.
I don't want to talk like this.
What's more, I want you out of my way, kid. Is that clear enough?
Mrs. Kane, I will not stand for you to come in here and talk to me.
There's a show organizing in Texas this week. They need another wire girl, and I can get them to take you on.
Mrs. Kane.
Just to show you my heart's in the right place. I'll take you to the fair.
Oh, please, Mrs. Kane, won't you try to understand?
Oh, I understand, kid. Oh, sure. Now, do you go? Do you get on that bus tomorrow, and that's the end of you?
Well, you must be crazy. Do you really think you can get Jimmy that way?
Do you go?
He loves me. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Jimmy loves me.
Shut up.
And you think you can get rid of me and have him all to yourself? You're crazy, I tell you.
Shut up.
He isn't staying with you, Mrs. Kane. Don't you know that? He's leaving. He's leaving, do you hear? He's getting away from the whole thing.
What did you say?
You heard me. Jimmy isn't yours. But why, you couldn't have his little finger. He loves me, do you hear me? He loves me.
You shut up, you crazy little fool. You don't know what love is.
And you think you could take him away from me? You? He hates you. Did you hear that, Mrs. Kane? He hates you.
Rotten little rat.
You couldn't have Jimmy if you would have... Get away.
Nibbling little idiot.
Mrs. Kane, no! Mrs. Kane, don't! No!
You fool. Let's see if he loves you now.
Carol Drew, who didn't know why she was afraid, dead. We'll hear the next development in this case in just a moment. But first, some tips for the man who wants to look his best.
If you're on the heavy side, wear a double-breasted suit. You'll look thinner.
If you're short, wear a striped suit to make you look taller.
And whether you're short or tall, keep your dry, unruly hair looking neat. You'll make a better impression.
That is, if you keep your hair under control in a natural, masculine way. So be sure to use Vitalis, because Vitalis contains natural vegetable oils.
No mineral oil.
No slick, greasy look.
And remember, Vitalis does lots more besides make your hair look right.
In fact, Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout brings you an extra advantage so many hair preparations cannot give you. Vitalis and workout stimulate your scalp, makes it tingle all over, feel just grand. The Vitalis workout also routs embarrassing loose dandruff, helps retard excessive falling hair. And due to the natural vegetable oils in Vitalis,
eliminates the irritation of dry scalp.
Better try Vitalis, mister.
Scalp tingling Vitalis is available at drug counters everywhere. To look your best tomorrow, get a bottle of Vitalis tonight. And now back to Mr. District Attorney.
Shut the dressing room door, will you, Harrington? I don't want any of the performers in the halls to see us.
Yeah, right, Chief.
The Parsons boy is out in the arena?
Yeah, I checked again, Chief. He's standing just at the entranceway.
Well, we'll wait here for him then. Talk to him first and then move right down the list. Here, Harrington.
Yeah, Chief? What I'll be darned. Raven oil.
Yeah. Almost amateurish, wouldn't you say? The boy's obviously all packed.
Yeah, and a half-empty bottle of that Raven oil tossed behind the makeup stand. That'll be a son of a gun.
Yeah, be careful. I'll pick it up in my hack.
Yeah, boy, this one's going to end fast, huh, Chief? I thought we'd be questioning half the circus before we're through.
Better put Brophy next to the boy. Can't take any chances now.
Yeah, right. That's the phone, Chief. You want to let it ring?
No, I think we'll answer it. Anything concerning James Parsons is of interest to us now. Yes?
Hello, I'm calling the district attorney, please. Is he near that extension?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Miss Miller.
Oh, Chief, I've been tracing you through every dressing room over there.
Well, we won't be long. We've just made quite a discovery.
But, Chief, the teletype just came in. The squad's on the way there now to her hotel.
Teletype? What, Miss Miller? I don't understand.
The report just came through, Chief. Carol Drew's been murdered.
$55, $60. All right, take it.
I'm sorry you feel this way, Mrs. Kane.
You're quitting, aren't you? You got your salary, haven't you? Go on, get out.
If I can do anything, I mean if...
For me? You've done enough to me, boy. All I want to do now is to get out of here. When I slam that dressing room door, that's the end.
You're taking the animals, Mrs. Kane?
Yeah. Medora especially. We'll go back to the farm together. Me and that cat.
I should think after the accident, after what Medora did, you'd...
Hide what?
Nothing. I'd better go.
More company. I must be getting popular. Come in.
Excuse me, Mrs. Kane. It's okay, Chief. He's in here.
What do you want?
Wait out here, Brophy.
Sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Kane, but maybe you'll be glad it's all over. Come on, Parsons. Let's go.
Let's go, but
We have a car outside, Parsons. We'll leave as quietly as possible.
Leave? But what for? I don't get it.
For murder, Sonny. Come on. Put on your hat.
All right. We'll start again. Now listen to me, Parsons. Listen, I said.
Look at the district attorney, Parsons.
I told you.
You've told us nothing. Now think, Parsons. Chris Kane was killed because someone put oil in front of that tiger. Raven oil, Parsons. Raven oil that we found in your dressing room.
Yeah, where'd you get it?
Let me go, please. Carol's dead. Can't you understand that?
We understand it, all right. You were in her hotel room last night, not 10 minutes before they found her body. Do you hear me? You were there.
I don't know.
Oh, it's getting late.
All right. Where's Mrs. Kane, Miss Miller?
Now at
Yes.
the farmhouse, Chief. She and her husband kept the tigers in this place just outside of town.
She'll make a statement, I think, Harrington. Suppose you go out there and get it.
Right.
You'd better go, too, Miss Miller, to take it. Oh, and send Dorothy in here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Jimmy and I aren't through, not by a long shot. All right, Parsons, we'll start again.
He'll crack, Miss Miller. Boy, he's stubborn, though.
I'll say.
Is that the house?
That second driveway, Harrington. You see that mailbox?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should have stopped at the squad room, I guess. Mike's fixing my gun. Is this it?
Yeah, right here.
Hope we don't have to ask her to come downtown.
No.
That poor dame's been through a lot.
She sure has.
Got your notebook?
You kidding? Go on, ring the bell.
I did.
She must be here, Harrington. The door's open.
Come on, Mrs. King. Come on. This is no time to take a bath.
Harrington, I don't think she's here. Do you hear anybody?
Not a thing. Come My book going in an open door ain't for that. Come on.
All right. Mrs. Kane?
Anybody home?
Mrs. Kane?
That's funny. Come on, let's look around.
Okay. Oh, that must go to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Mrs. Kane? Hey, anybody home?
Strange, isn't it? The house wide open, not a soul here.
Here.
Oh, where's that door go, Harrington?
Basement, I guess. Come on, let's have a look.
Harrington!
For the love of... Miss Miller, get back.
It's a tiger.
Don't yell, Miss Miller. Move slowly. Go on. Get over in the corner.
Harrington, it's stopped.
In the corner, Miss Miller. Oh, don't even breathe.
It's coming closer.
Get behind me.
Harrington.
Slowly, Miss Miller. Give me that chair. I hope this is the way they do it.
Now, you left the hotel at 10 after 12. Are you sure?
I don't know.
You just said it was 10 after 12, Parsons. Now, make up your mind. Hello. No. Yes, go on, Brophy. You're in the lab now. What? Are you sure? No, that's all right. Get a car and meet me downstairs. Yes, at once. Parsons?
Yes, sir?
I owe you an apology, Parsons. Come on, son, I'll explain in the car.
Harrington, I think I'm going to...
For the love of Mike, don't pass out, Miss Miller.
Watch him, Harrington. Look, there's something in the hall. Watch him.
Easy does it. If he turns that head again, we'll make a break for the door.
All right.
Easy.
Medora! It's Mrs. Kane.
Keep your voice normal, Miss Miller. In the kitchen, Mrs. Kane.
Medora! You fools. Didn't you know? Oh, you fools.
Can you control him, Mrs. Kane?
Who control Medora? Watch. Get him, Medora. Get him.
Harrington! Watch it, Miss Miller. Keep behind me.
You killed him, Medora!
It's all right, Miss Miller. It's all right. Take Mrs. Kane, Harrington. Parsons is in the car.
Mrs. Kane?
Yes, for murder. Easy, Miss Miller. Easy. It's all right, Harrington. Let's go.
Your district attorney will return in just a moment with an explanation of the clues that led to the arrest of Mrs. Kane. But first, about something that concerns almost everyone listening. Whether you're a bank president,
Or a bank clerk.
a shop foreman,
Or a shop apprentice.
a secretary,
Or a bookkeeper.
no matter who you are, what you do, where you live, the chances are you too wake up now and then feeling sick and headachy because you need a laxative. So better heed this good advice.
When you feel like that, take Sal Hepatica.
Yes, take Sal Hepatica. For a sparkling glass of this famous saline when you get up brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour.
That means you don't have to feel miserable all day, waiting until night to take the laxative you needed in the morning.
In addition, Sal Hepatica helps sweeten an upset stomach by reducing excess gastric acidity. So keep a bottle of Sal Hepatica handy, remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, anytime you need a laxative, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. Now, here is your district attorney.
This was a case of double murder, ladies and gentlemen, and under questioning, Mrs. Kane has admitted both crimes.
Boy, she was a weird one, wasn't she, Chief?
Yes.
She knocks off her husband so she can make a play for young Jimmy Parsons. Then when he says no dice, she shoots his girl.
And darn near finishes us with that tiger, Harrington. Golly, I still shake when I think about it.
Well, Mrs. Kane is obviously a mental case, really. A woman so deranged by her emotions that murder meant little or nothing to her. As we know now, she put the oil in front of the tiger's perch, knowing that her husband would lose his footing in it and be killed.
And then she plants the oil bottle in Jimmy's dressing room.
Oh, brother.
Yes, she did, Harrington. Fortunately, she acted emotionally rather than with the deliberate count of the trained criminal. She planted the bottle of oil in Jimmy's dressing room, yes, but in her emotional state, fingerprints never occurred to her.
And it was her prints on the bottle of oil that did it, huh, Chief?
Yes, exactly, Miss Miller. As soon as Brophy called with a report from the files in Washington, there was no doubt about it. Mrs. Kane had a criminal record of some years' standing, and her fingerprints very clearly matched those on the bottle.
Yeah, to say nothing of the gun, Chief. The one she shot Carol with was right there in her house. Oh, hey, what about next week?
Well, friends, before telling about next week's case, we have a man with us tonight who has something of unusual interest to tell us. And it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce our sponsor, Lee Bristol of Bristol Myers Company. Mr. Bristol.
Thank you, Jay. Fellow radio listeners, from time to time during the past 5 years, on this and on other radio programs, you have heard your favorite stars and announcers break away from the usual radio script to make special pleas for the Red Cross, for the recruiting of nurses, for treasury bonds, for employment of veterans, and many other subjects that affect the lives of practically all of us. Perhaps you have wondered how these announcements came about. Actually, the announcements you have heard have been an endeavor on the part of radio artists, their sponsors, and the networks and stations which bring them to you to provide a public service for the American people. It has been an effort to employ all the media of communication to inform Americans everywhere in the world of the problems facing their country. Here we are carrying them through the great medium of American radio. It had to be an organized effort because of the number of people involved and the great number of radio programs. All this difficult work of organization was done by the Advertising Council. It would take me too long to recount the fruitful results of what you, the listeners, have done as a result of the appeals made on commercial radio programs. All that you needed were the facts, and then you acted. All through the war, and now in the disturbed peace that has followed. Naturally, like any advertiser, we try to sell our products on our radio programs. But in our newspaper, or even in our newspaper and magazine advertisements. But on this, the 5th anniversary of the Advertising Council, we are continuing as best we may to keep Americans informed about the problems that most vitally affect them. We believe in the American system of broadcasting, which exists nowhere else in the world. We wish to preserve this system, but far more important, we wish to preserve the freedom of the individual man, which has made our country the great nation it is. This voluntary, cooperative undertaking expresses for you and for me the very essence and spirit of America.
Thank you, Lee Bristol. And next week, ladies and gentlemen, our story is the case of Perpetual Care, and I invite you to join us for it. Until then, thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of Peter Van Steeden, and the authors were Edward Byron and Robert Shaw. And remember, Vitalis for hair that's well-groomed, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Now, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica and Vitalis, suggest you stay tuned for the big story. We invite you to hear the Alan Young Show on Friday night, and join us again next week at the same time for Mr. District Attorney.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.